Ladies and gentlemen, the IRR is signed.
We have much to do in our efforts if we wish to further equip our workers or workforce with emerging and in-demand skills that are adaptive to the fast-paced and ever-changing domestic and global economy. With the proper implementation of this landmark act, we will facilitate stronger coordination and partnerships among relevant agencies and stakeholders to help implement programs to raise productivity. We will also strengthen the linkage between industry, the academy, and the government for the skills mismatches and enhance the competitiveness of Filipino workers. Next step is the development of a Trabaho Plan sa Bayan Act, which shall serve as the country's master plan for generating employment and creating high-quality jobs. To encourage our government partners, the private sector, and these employers as organizations, informal sector workers, and other vulnerable groups to actively participate in the upcoming consultations to develop this master plan.
Ang San Jose National Trade School ay talagang nakinabang ng gusto dito sa PSIP projects sa dahilang ito ay nagsilbing komportableng classroom sa ating mga estudyante.
Or na wala pa po ang PSIP, hindi namin alam kung saan kami lulugar, saan kami magtuturo.
Nagtsatsaga po kami na magturo sa mga kiosk sa loob ng gym, and then sa mga ilalim po ng puno, ganun po ang aming sitwasyon dito. Ngayon po, isang napakalaking pagkakataon po para sa amin na nagkaroon ng PSIP na kami ay pinagkalooban ng mga classroom.
Kung dumating ang PSIP, feeling namin nasa private school po kami. Napakaginhawa po ng naging naranasan ng mga guro, lalong-lalo na po ng mga mag-aaral po namin.
Napakabuti ng Panginoon Diyos at binigyan kami ng pagkakataon ng eskwelahan namin na nabigyan ng ganitong klaseng building.
Sabi nga kapag may komportable tayong classroom, silid-aralan, makakamit din natin o makakamit natin yung talagang quality education na inaangat po natin. So, perfect po yun para sa amin. Meron kaming masisipag na mag-aaral, may matataas na pangarap na mga mag-aaral, masisipag na mga guro, at dinagdagan pa po yun ng PSIP na napaka-komportabling classroom na building. So, talaga pong ang pangarap ng bata namin, abot kaya po nila.
Para sa mga susunod na mag-aaral ng ating sintang paaralan sa San Jose del Monte National Trade School, maging grateful po tayo dahil hindi na po natin kailangang magklase sa gym or sa baba o sa mga puno, sa mga half circle ng ating paaralan dahil meron na po tayong buildings or classroom na ating maaasahan.
Maraming salamat po sa pamamagitan ng proyektong ito, pinahalagan ninyo ang aming kinabukasan.
Maraming salamat po dahil hindi po isang paaralan po ang binago ninyo, ang napaunlad ninyo, kundi napakaraming buhay ng mga mag-aaral po at pangarap ang naisakatuparan niyo po.
From the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority, Ministry of Human Settlements and Development, we have from Department of Agrarian Labor, Department of Health, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Department of Justice, the Office of or for Alternative Dispute Resolution, Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Transportation, Department of Trade and Industry Board of Investments, Mindanao Development Authority, and National Economic and Development Authority. We also have from our government-owned and controlled corporations, the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, Light Rail Transit Authority, Local Water Utilities Administration, Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewerage System, National Development Company, National Housing Authority, National Irrigation Administration, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Reclamation Authority, PNOC Renewables Corporation, Poro Point Management Corporation, Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, and Social Security System. We also have from the state universities and colleges, Abra State University Institute of Sciences and Technology, Cavite State University, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Central Luzon State University, Dr. Emilio B. Espinosa Sr. Memorial State College of Agriculture and Technology, Kalinga State University, Negros Oriental State University, Siquijor State College, and University of the Philippines, Visayas. We have two from water districts, the Baguio Water District and Sagay Water District. For our local implementing agencies, we have from the local government units, provincial government units of Agusan del Norte, Agusan del Sur, Bataan, Batangas, Bulacan, Camarines Norte, Isabela, La Union, Nueva Ecija, Nueva Vizcaya, Oriental Mindoro, and Tarlac. We also have from the city governments of Baguio, Balanga, Bataan, Batangas, Butuan, Cabanatuan, and next are from Calaca, Batangas, Cagayan de Oro and Oro Trade and Investment Promotion Center, General Trias, Mandaue, Olongapo, Oroquieta, Misamis Occidental, Tagum, Tarlac, and Quezon City government. We also have from municipal governments of Impasugong, Bukidnon, Palapag, Northern Samar, Pudtol, Apayao, Santa Cruz Occidental, Mindoro, Solana, Cagayan, and Victoria, Laguna. From the local universities and colleges, we have from Davao del Norte State College and City Government of Island Garden City of Samal, the Samal Island City College. So if we have participants in our Zoom meeting platform, which we are not able to recognize this afternoon, feel free to type in your the complete name of your implementing agency in our Zoom meeting room. So as you all know, to our participants, we are also streaming this live in our PPP Center's official Facebook and YouTube pages. So if there are other implementing agencies watching from these official pages of social media pages of the PPP Center, please comment in the live stream videos. Okay, so now to formally start with our event, I would like to call on the Assistant Secretary and Deputy Executive Director of the PPP Center to give us the welcome remarks, Mr. Jeffrey I. Manalo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can I be heard clearly? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all in today's online capacity building activity, or what we call OCBA, on the fundamentals of unsolicited PPP proposals under the PPP code and its IRR. In the previous year, the PPP Center, along with our partner institutions, focused on disseminating information on the PPP code and its implementing rules and regulations. That includes the updated PPP processes and the documentary requirements required under the new law. For 2025, the center offers capacity building activities aimed to guide implementing agencies, the private sector, and other relevant stakeholders on the processes and requirements under the project development and review and approval stages of the PPP process anchored on the new law, the existing NEDA ICC issuances, and relevant PPP governing board guidelines. The CBA on the fundamentals of unsolicited PPP proposals under the PPP code and its IRR will be conducted in 2 sessions. One is for public sector agencies, including implementing agencies, and for the other one is for the private sector and other PPP stakeholders. Today's session is specifically designed for public sector agencies, our implementing agencies more specifically. This includes national government agencies, regional line agencies, local government units, government-owned and controlled corporations, government financial institutions, state universities and colleges, local universities and colleges, water districts, government instrumentalities, and other interested government or public sector agencies. This afternoon, our OCBA aims to provide all the participants today with the level of awareness on the steps involved in processing an unsolicited PPP proposal, along with the requirements outlined in the PPP code and the implementing rules and regulations. Also, we will be introducing you to other relevant issuances and guidelines that we need to read together with the law and the IRR in terms of processing our unsolicited proposals. This session today also aims to address common concerns of implementing agencies in processing unsolicited PPP proposals. Since we are discussing USPs today, we are glad to share that from the since the effectivity of the PPP code, the center has already received a total of 124 unsolicited proposals, 60 for national government agencies, and 64 for local implementing agencies. And all of these 124 were processed within the deadline provided by the law, that is 10 calendar days. As we speak, there are 32 national and 43 local unsolicited PPP proposals in the pipeline, which are in different stages of the PPP process, from development all the way to procurement. A number of these are actively being assisted by various units of the PPP Center. In continuing our proactive approach in addressing concerns and clarifications regarding PPP unsolicited proposals, we also encourage all the participants to engage actively in today's OCBA, ask questions, and take full advantage of the expertise that will be shared today by our resource persons from the PPP Center's Capacity Building and Knowledge Management Service, Policy Formulation, Project Evaluation and Monitoring Service, and our Project Development Service. So we hope the session today will answer many of our questions on the unsolicited proposal PPPs. Once again, magandang hapon, and we look forward to a productive discussion with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DED Jeff. Let us give a virtual applause to our Assistant Secretary and Deputy Executive Director of the PPP Center, So our capacity building activity will be fully conducted online. And to ensure that our participants will be able to maximize the learning opportunity and have smooth session flow, we invite everyone to follow these house rules. We would like to recognize the City Government of Cebu. Thank you very much, ma'am, for attending this online session. So for our program of activities, we shall start our lecture with a brief refresher on PPP concepts and processes to level off the knowledge of our participants on PPPs in the Philippines. And then we will deep dive on the processing of unsolicited PPP proposals. The first half of the discussion will be on the PPP Center's assessment of the completeness of unsolicited proposal or USP and the implementing agency's decision to process or reject USP. This will be followed by a health break and then an open forum. The second half of the lecture will be continued with the following topics: the initial processing and detailed evaluation of the USP by the implementing agency, negotiation with the private proponent, review and approval, and procurement or the comparative challenge process. We will have another round of open forum. And to close our activity this afternoon, we'll have some final reminders for our participants, closing remarks, and a group photo. Again, to our participants, we sent a link to the course site. You may also find the QR code and link on your screen. This course site will be our online platform in uploading some announcements, the reference materials, the program of activities, and the copy of the presentation materials of our resource person. So please do visit this online platform regularly. Our resource persons for this afternoon are all from the PPP Center. Allow me to introduce them individually. First, we have the Director 4 of the Capacity Building and Knowledge Management Service, Director Feroisa Francisca T. Concordia. Director Concordia has 21 years of experience in infrastructure development, 9 years as PPP practitioner with involvement in project development and management, local government projects, capacity building, training and knowledge management, and 14 years as infrastructure staff at NEDA focused in economic development, planning, and evaluation. By profession, she is an industrial engineer with an MBA degree focused on corporate strategy and economic policy from the Maastricht School of Management, the Netherlands. Next speaker is Mr. John Michael Marquez. He is a project evaluation officer in the Project Evaluation Division of the PPP Center. This division is tasked to assess the completeness of unsolicited proposals. His team is tasked to facilitate the appraisal and approval of PPP projects by the Investment Coordination Committee or ICC and the NEDA board. Mr. Marquez joined the PPP Center in September 2024 after earning his master's degree in applied economics at the National Chengchi University in Taipei, Taiwan. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration and accountancy from the University of the Philippines and is a certified public accountant. Our third speaker is the Director 3 of the Project Development Service, Director Rafael M. Badillo. Director Badillo leads in the facilitation of PPPs under various stages of development, assisting implementing agencies, and providing technical assistance in identifying, conceptualizing, appraising, and structuring projects prior to approval and procurement. Apart from project development, he has more than 10 years of experience and exposure in the area of consulting on mergers and acquisitions, corporate strategies and investments, and corporate finance, having previously worked in deal advisory. He has worked with several clients in various industries, such as infrastructure, power and utilities, oil and gas, hospitality and tourism, healthcare, real estate, consumer markets, and financial services. He is a certified Level 1 PPP practitioner and graduated with a degree in industrial economics from the University of Asia and the Pacific. So to start with our first lecture this afternoon, a brief refresher on PPP concepts and processes, let us all welcome Director Concordia. So while we are preparing the presentation of Director Concordia, I would like to remind our participants to please accomplish the online attendance form. If you have questions, please post them in the Zoom chat window. For our Facebook and YouTube participants, please do post them under the comment section. Hi, Director Royce.
Hindi ako naka-video. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how about my video? Is it working? Okay. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to walk you through for our quick refresher before the detailed discussion on the processing of unsolicited proposals. So let's go to the next slide. I'll show you the outline of my presentation. Okay, so very quickly, I will talk about the legal framework, of course, what are the modes of procurement, and just a brief overview of the processes for the unsolicited proposal. Next slide. Okay, as you all know, the PPP code became effective in 2023. And the implementing rules and regulations also became effective on April 6, 2024. So fast forward to 2025, we now have a stable legal framework. We have the necessary implementing rules and regulations. No? So what are the reforms that we can see in the PPP code? We now have a unified legal framework, right? So whether you're working with a joint venture arrangement or any PPP arrangement that an implementing agency would like to pursue, we will only refer to one reference document, the law the PPP code, which is RA 11966, and its IRR. Okay, so there is only one reference document that we have to refer to for any PPP projects in the Philippines. Okay, and with the PPP code, we will, of course, take a look at the approval process. You will realize that the approval process has been streamlined. No, also there are clearer procedures and timelines with regard to processing of unsolicited proposals. Okay, so these are just few of the reforms that you can see in the PPP code and its IRR. Next slide. Okay, so just to illustrate, no, moving forward, as I've said, we will only refer to the PPP code and its IRR. So in the past, you have seen a reference to any joint venture guidelines of respective government corporations, or you might have been referring to the NEDA joint venture guideline, or if you are an LGU, you might be, contemplating to amend or trying to come up with your own version of a PPP code, local PPP code. That is not necessary, no? So again, we would like to reiterate that the only reference legal framework that we will use is the PPP code, or RA, Republic Act 11966, or the PPP code of the Philippines. Okay, next slide, please. So therefore, all those issuances have been repealed. Okay, so local PPP ordinances, you don't need to use that. Just use the PPP code and its IRR. So I hope this is clear for everyone. At least that is one clear takeaway for this afternoon. Huh? So we will just use the PPP code and its IRR. Okay, so that is the legal framework. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a very important topic, no? So what is PPP? No, there are concepts, project proposals, and probably you will ask yourself, is this particular project that I am contemplating, is it really a PPP project? No. So we have 5 elements that we would like each and everyone to take a look at. When we talk about PPP, it's a contractual arrangement between you, the government, the implementing agency, and the private sector. Okay, so it's a contractual arrangement. Second, no, what is the extent that the private sector can do for the government? That will be dictated by the implementing agency. Okay, of course, what is the extent? The implementing agency will have to study. It could be that the implementing agency for a particular PPP project would want the private sector to do everything. So it could be that the private sector could finance, design, construct, operate, and maintain, or any combination thereof. No, or it could be a simple O&M, operations and maintenance for the private sector. No? So it depends on the outcome of the feasibility study. Okay. The other important element is that particular project, there is a clear delivery of a public service. Okay. So that is very important. And that each party, whenever you think of the contractual arrangement, no, there is a risk associated with the responsibility of each party. No? So each party will have to share in the associated risk. And again, since this is a contractual arrangement between the government and the private sector, we know that the private sector coming in will have to take a look at some form of payment or recovery schemes. No? So there is a clear investment recovery mechanism, and that payment to the private sector partner will have to be linked to performance. Okay, so these are the important elements of what a PPP project is all about. Okay, so if there are doubts, no, in terms of interpreting this section 4RR of the PPP code IRR, please do feel free to reach out to the PPP Center, send us an email so that we can guide you, we can assist you. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So again, it is very clear in the PPP code what is included as PPP. And there are also provisions stating these are the considerations where if you take a look at your particular project, you will realize it is not part of PPP. Okay, so you have the coverage and those exclusions. Okay, so clear example, what are covered. Earlier, I talked about this is a unified legal framework, right? So now you have joint venture arrangements, okay? All the variants of the build, operate, transfer, and other modalities, right? So it could be lease arrangements, but there are qualifiers. If it involves the rehabilitation, operation of certain facilities, and it includes provision of working capital, as you can see in item C, then it is part of PPP. Therefore, it is a PPP project, and the processing of such should follow the PPP code and its IRR. On the other hand, if the project is purely commercial in nature, there is no clear provision of a public service, right? Then it is not PPP. And therefore, you will have to follow the appropriate legal framework for that particular project. Okay? And again, if there is doubt or you need guidance, please do reach out to the PPP Center. Okay? Because we will be very happy to provide guidance and really assist the implementing agency moving forward. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay. What types of projects for our respective implementing agencies you have to align with your mandates? Okay. So all projects are eligible for PPP projects. We have to go back to the definition earlier, section 441 RR, where there are 5 elements. There is clearly a complete investment recovery scheme, and the contractual arrangement is between the government and the private sector, and the other elements that I have explained earlier. Okay, so almost all projects can be considered as PPP. So it really depends on the motivation of the implementing agency. Why is that implementing agency considering PPP for their project? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to emphasize again the investment recovery scheme, because in any PPP arrangement, you think of a project. Will I generate enough interest from the private sector? Okay, so what types of projects? Broadly, we can talk of 2 types of projects. There are projects which are clearly revenue generating projects. There are clear recovery of fees. So these are revenue-based PPPs. Example, if we have a water PPP project and you will be able to recover investment by way of allowing the private sector partner to collect user fees. So these are example of revenue-based PPPs. Okay. Rail projects, we know that we are able, the government, the OTR, can collect farebox revenues, right? The fees. No, but we know that that's not enough. Okay, so that is an example. Toll roads. Okay, the operator can collect toll fees, right? So these are revenue-based PPPs. On the other end, there is a type of PPP project which is an availability-based PPP. Okay, so the idea is the private sector partner will build the facility for the government, making the facility available for the government to use in delivering public service. But in return, the government will have to pay future payments. Okay, so that future payments, that is the availability-based PPPs, no, the availability payments or the annual payments to be paid by the government agency, the implementing agency, to repay the private sector partner. Now, those are two extremes. We know that any PPP project, depending on the outcome of the feasibility study, when you analyze the project, it could be that the inflows, the revenues may not be enough. And therefore, there may be a mix, a need for support, right? In order for the private sector to really recover that investment, no? And there are ways in which to structure the PPP project. So there are investment recovery schemes. For example, if the implementing agency would have other assets that could be bundled with the project, and therefore that could improve the financial viability of the project. No? So all of these combinations will be further studied in the feasibility study preparation and to be approved by the approving body. All right? Next slide, please. Okay, so we've already tackled the concepts. I'd just like to again review, okay, the legal framework for all PPP projects. Moving forward is just the PPP code and its IRR. Second, we've talked about that definition, which has 5 elements. Okay, we always go back to the definition. If you have doubts, please do reach out to the PPP Center. And I've also emphasized on that slide talking about the investment recovery mechanism, right? Because whenever an implementing agency planning to implement a PPP project, we should be ready, okay? So it doesn't mean that when we embark into PPP, we have to do a lot of research work on the part of the implementing agency. And so we talk about, we think of the possible revenues to be generated, or if the implementing agency would not want to collect, then clearly the payment will come from the implementing agency's budget. Now we go to the modes of procurement. So again, in the PPP code, it's the same. We do have the solicited and unsolicited. Now, what is new now with the PPP code is that we have a list of PPP projects. No? So prior to PPP code, in the BOT law, we've been talking about list of priority projects. But later, I'll explain what is new and still very, very important. No? Of course, in the solicited, all projects, when subjected to, during the procurement stage, will be subjected to public bidding. In the same way, for unsolicited PPP projects, there is still that element of competition. So we call it comparative challenge. Okay, projects will be subjected to comparative challenge. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is something new. All implementing agencies are mandated to submit, no? First, what is this consolidated list of investment programs? Okay, so this list of investment programs, these are your priority investment programs, other master plans within the sector. Please do submit to the NEDA and the PPP Center and the concerned councils, no? Now, this is the consolidated list of investment programs. When we talk about list of PPP projects, all right, you cannot include a PPP project in your list of PPP project if it cannot be found in the clips. All right? So what does this mean? No? We would like to align ourselves with whatever is the plan of the government. I'm referring to you. You have a plan. Therefore, you have your PIP, your Priority Investment Program, or your master plans, other a list of investment programs. And when you come up with your list of PPP projects, you can then associate that project within your plan, the clips, okay? So it's very important for an implementing agency, when you think of your project, you align that to your clips, okay? So for the list of PPP projects, no, depending on at what stage your project is, you can include that in your list of PPP projects, even as early as at the development stage, or if you are already implementing a PPP project, please do include, of course, in that list of PPP projects, okay? So when we talk about the list of PPP projects, if, for example, as we are talking about unsolicited proposals this afternoon, no? So for example, if that unsolicited proposal is found to be complete, no? Later you will learn about what is a complete unsolicited proposal. Then that unsolicited proposal will then be included in the list of PPP projects. Okay? So just familiarize yourself with this concept of implementing agencies will have to submit to the NEDA and the PPP Center the consolidated list of investment programs as well as the list of PPP projects. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay. So quickly, let's talk about the process, no, just briefly. Okay. So any project, the project will undergo 4 stages, no? Just so we are using the same terminology. So we talk about the development stage, and then the review and approval stage. When we bid out a project, that is the procurement stage. And during implementation, of course, is when we already have the private sector partner, right? Okay, next slide. So at the development stage, that's where we come up with a feasibility study, right? So the PPP code spells out how deep, how comprehensive the feasibility study should be. Okay, so it should include at the minimum all these things: economic analysis, financial analysis, value for money analysis, and all the important parameters that will ensure that the decision makers, the implementing agency, will have enough basis to endorse the project and submit it for the review of the approving body, right? And of course, we also would like to emphasize that there is really a need to conduct stakeholder consultation. This is very important so that, our stakeholders will be able to understand what the project is all about. And this will also ensure the acceptability of the project as well. No? For guidance, we have to take a look at the other issuances released by the ICC, as well as the PPP Governing Board, no, on this stakeholder consultation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what is new? Okay, now in the PPP code, this is really new. All unsolicited proposals are to be submitted to the PPP Center. Okay, so when the PPP code was passed, of course, it's natural that we receive a lot of queries. But surprisingly, up to this day, we are already in 2025. There are still implementing agencies, maybe who are not aware that if there are private sectors telling you that they will submit unsolicited proposals to you, please direct them to the PPP Center. Okay? So all submissions will be done online. There is a portal in the PPP Center website. Okay? So the first step is when the private sector submits to the PPP Center, so the first step will be done by the PPP Center. That is the completeness check. Okay? So that is something new for, I hope, for some of you. And then there is also this process in terms of how to process unsolicited proposals. What if they are similar? Okay? So during the completeness check process, okay, so when the PPP Center receives an unsolicited proposal, so that is the first instance, and then let's say within that 10 calendar period, there is another unsolicited proposal coming into the PPP Center that is similar to the first one. Okay? So within that 10 calendar period, that unsolicited proposal, similar unsolicited proposal will be reviewed in terms of completeness check. Okay? So all similar unsolicited proposal, if it is complete, found to be complete by the PPP Center, shall be endorsed to the implementing agency for detailed evaluation. Okay? So this first step is a very, very new step under the PPP code. And we understand that, this is something that perhaps some of our implementing agencies are not familiar and do not take this step that, the decision is still within the implementing agency, because after the completeness check, it will be the implementing agency who will decide to proceed with the next process, which is, are you going to process this unsolicited proposal, or outright you will reject. No? So, but just to live with you that the first step is to be done by the PPP Center. That's the completeness check. And all submissions shall be done online. No physical submission to the PPP Center. All right? Okay. Next slide. Okay. So, I've also discussed about the completeness check, okay, to be done by the PPP Center. So, there will not be an instance where a private sector will submit partial submissions. So everything has to be done once. So if the private sector, okay, at the first instance they have submitted and then it's incomplete, okay, they can still submit. But of course, I'd like to inform our implementing agencies that the PPP Center provides opportunity for these private sector companies to be guided. No, so actually the PPP Center can meet with them so that they can be clarified on their submissions. Okay, now as I've mentioned earlier, no, the detailed evaluation of the unsolicited proposal shall be done by the implementing agency. Okay, so you have 10 calendar days to decide whether to reject or proceed. Okay, and another 90 calendar days for you to do the detailed evaluation. So you will notice that under this PPP code and IRR, the timelines are very clear. No, the process, and let's also be mindful of the timelines. No, at least because it's already spelled out. And also, for the unsolicited proposals, whenever you give that original proponent status to the private sector, there is that limited validity period. There's only 1 year. Okay? So unlike before, no, it's not clear how long will that OP status be, but with the PPP code, it's now only 1 year. Okay? And it's not extendable. Okay? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so just to recap, okay, in the PPP code, we do have two types of projects. One is national PPP project. So let's go first to what is local PPP project. When we talk of local PPP projects, these are projects of two types of implementing agencies. These are the local government units and the local universities and colleges. So I understand we have participants from LUCs or local universities and colleges. So all the rest are classified as national PPP projects. Okay, so water districts, state universities and colleges, those are national IAs, and therefore their projects would be considered as such. You can see as well, no, if you are a national IA, if your project would cost 15 billion and above, it will have to go all the way to the NEDA board. Now, if the PPP project cost is below 15 billion, the approving body could either be the head of the implementing agency, or if you are a GOCC, your board, no? So you have 90 calendar days to decide. So if you look at this slide, it tells you that indeed there is a streamlined process for approval depending on the type of project and the cost, right? Okay. So for local PPP projects, okay, if that local PPP project would require endorsement by, let's say, the RPPC, that this refers to the regional PPPC committee through our Regional Development Council. Okay, so the bottom line here is that if a local PPP project would not have any duplication or alignment issue or would not require any funding from the national government, then by its own, that local PPP project will go through its own respective approving bodies. Now, the respective approving bodies, I'm referring to the Sanggunian or the boards of the LUCs. Okay? Otherwise, then it has to get endorsement. It's not the approval, but the endorsement from RPPC or the ICC, depending on the type of project. Okay? Okay, so just to give you an overview of what the approval process for any type of PPP projects. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the process? When you go to the approval process, you can see the steps and you can see the timelines. So we have to be mindful of these timelines so that we ensure that we observe this. Okay, so you will see later when we are talking to, let's say, an unsolicited proposal, the start of the approval process is when you already have negotiated with the private sector. But I'm just showing you the generic approval process. Okay, so you can see there is the ICC Technical Board, the ICC Cabinet Committee, and then the NEDA Board. So again, it's a reminder, depending on the project cost, right? You may not go all the way to the NEDA Board. So even if the cost is below 15 billion, as I've shown earlier, you have to check the conditions. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the guideline for you if the approval of a national PPP project would rest with, let's say, the head of the implementing agency or the particular board of the GOCC. So, of course, if it's a board or the head of the agency, the ICC guidelines for the review and approval of national PPP projects will be the reference. For the head of the agency, okay, then the implementing agency can craft its own guidelines, but still following what is set out by the ICC. So this is clearly already have been demonstrated by, for example, DPWH. They came up with their own guidelines if their particular project would require just the approval of the head of agency. Okay. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So for local PPP projects, this is what I was referring to earlier. You can see the broken lines. That means if the project would not require, the RPPC endorsement, then directly you can go submit to get the confirmation of the Local Development Executive Committee. Now, however, if that particular local PPP project would require endorsement from the RPPC, that means it would require GU, government undertaking, or funding from the national government, or if there are projects which would have alignment issues or duplication issues. So that's why there's a need to check the plans. Okay, so then that would really require endorsement from the RPPC. And take a look again, the approval of the Sanggunian or the LUC board is, it says here, maximum of 120 calendar days. Take note, depending on the approving body, how complete the submission is, the Sanggunian or the LUC board can shorten this. So it's only a maximum of 120 days. So if they can do it within 2 months, why not? Okay, so these are the timelines. Just an overview of the approval process for local PPP projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so the decision of the approving body, everything has to be documented. So the notice of approval will have to be submitted as well to the PPP Center. Because we are tasked to monitor the movement of all PPP projects. Okay, so in case the PPP project has been disapproved, of course, the approving body will have to issue grounds for doing such. Okay, so all within the prescribed period. If the approving body I'm referring to in the case of LGUs, the Sanggunian, If the approving body fails to render a final decision within the specified period, then the PPP project shall be deemed approved. So, this is a reminder to our implementing agencies, again, to take a look at the timelines. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So we've talked about the development stage, we've talked about the approval stage, and now when we go to the procurement stage. So these are just general overview on the process. Okay. So during the procurement stage, before you even advertise, we should ensure that we have that NOAA, notice of approval by the approving body. And of course, the implementing agency will have to constitute their respective PBAC. Okay? So when you constitute your PBAC, you will be guided by the PPP code and its IRR and not the general procurement law. Okay? Okay. What is also new during the procurement stage is that there is this freeze period of 30 calendar days. This refers to when we issue the draft contract for our bidders. Okay, the date when we issue let's say the last bid bulletin. Okay, from that first day, the last date of issuance of bid bulletin, that within 30 calendar days, we should ensure that the version of the draft contract is intact, meaning to say no changes, to ensure that all bidders will refer to the same version of the draft contract. Okay, so that is a new feature of the PPP code. Also, when we release the draft contract, we have to ensure that the draft contract passed through the review process. Okay, so now we have the review and approval of the draft contract. The PPP Center will ensure that the parameters, terms, and conditions as approved by the approving body is consistent with the draft contract. And of course, other bodies like Department of Finance, statutory councils will have to review that contract as well. Okay? Also, in the PPP code, there is this clear protest mechanism. Okay, so it's a maximum of 45 calendar days. Of course, if we could shorten it, provided all these protests are already addressed, then the earlier we could address, the better. Okay. So so this is a broad overview of the procurement stage. Okay, next slide. Okay, so during the procurement stage, talk about solicited PPP projects, maximum of 1 year when we bid out our project. Okay, for unsolicited PPP projects, okay, so there are clear steps because we are inviting private sectors, challengers to submit a comparative proposal. Okay, so there is that challenge process. Okay, and the right to match is still there for the original proponent, right? But the timelines are now definitive, no? So the right to match should be done within 30 calendar days. Okay, so in the evaluation of bids, the PBAC will have to ensure the best mechanism on how to evaluate the bids. No? So, of course, the process within which you are to conclude the procurement stage are spelled out as well. No, so the recommendation to award, within this time frame, 7 calendar days. No, so all these things, all these documentations will have to be achieved by the PBAC. And again, I'd like to emphasize that all the copies of these documents will be provided as well to the PPP Center, especially the execution of PPP contract and other documentations. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so during the procurement stage as well, we also take a look at what are during the implementation stage. I'm sorry, there's an error here. We are referring to the implementation stage. So ignore the PPP procurement stage on the upper portion. Of course, during implementation, one of the best practices is the use of independent consultants. No, so we have to observe the timing. When do we procure our independent consultants so that when we implement our projects, they are already on board? No, so the cost of the independent consultant should be shared equally by the government and the private sector, no, to ensure the objectivity of the independent consultant. Okay. Now, during implementation as well, we need to have this monitoring in place, no? So there is that mandatory submission of all documents to the PPP center, as we have mentioned a while ago. Okay, especially the executed PPP contracts. Okay, now contract management plan that has to be in place as well during implementation. So the implementing agency will have to come up with the contract management plan. Okay. You will be assisted, guided by our project monitoring division, no, during the implementation stage. And again, I'd like to emphasize, of course, all the processes, whatever happens with the PPP project, especially during implementation stage, I'm now referring to if there will be variations or extensions, expansion of the project, everything will have to go through the approval process. Okay. If there is such a variation or extension or expansion that did not pass to the approving body, then that will be considered void. Okay. So again, we would like to emphasize that we just need to follow what is the process under the PPP code and its IRR. So should you have other concerns or questions, no, it's better to reach out to the PPP center. Next slide. Okay. So other salient provisions of the PPP code. Okay. We talk about it's a contractual arrangement. Therefore, what is in the PPP contract, we have to observe that. We also would like to emphasize, no, that the role of the regulators are very important. And that's why in the PPP code and its IRR, the regulators are tasked to come up with their regulation mechanism and framework. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is new with the PPP code is that there is this penal provision. No? In the BOT law, there is no such thing. But now we have to be mindful of the process because any act, any violation of what is in the PPP code as defined in the PPP code, then there is this penalty of imprisonment from 3 to 6 years and a fine of 1 to 5 million. Of course, we don't want to arrive at that situation, but we are here. The PPP Center is here to guide you, all our implementing agencies, so that we can successfully implement our project, observe the processes within those stages, especially during the approval process and the procurement stage where timelines are already defined. Okay, so yeah, that is something new as well. There is the penal provisions. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's all for my discussion. We've touched a lot on the concept, the legal framework. I'd like again to emphasize what is the definition of PPP project. There are 5 elements there. And what is new, if there are interested private sector still wanting to submit only to your government agencies, please redirect them to the PPP Center. Check our website and you will be guided. They will be guided accordingly, this private sector interested to participate in the PPP program. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director Royce. So at this point, do we have any questions posted in our Zoom meeting room? So our training team will be recording the questions and later on, we will be addressing them during the open forum. So we will now proceed with the second speaker, We will now deep dive into the processing of unsolicited PPP proposals. So again, to our participants, if you have not yet accomplished our online attendance form, please do so. And please, those who are entering the Zoom meeting room, if you have been disconnected, please make sure that you turn off your camera and your audio so that we will not disrupt the session. So, okay, now we would like to call on Mr. John Michael Marquez to provide us with the lecture on the completeness check for process for unsolicited proposals. Sir
Good
John.
afternoon.
Good
Hello.
afternoon. Yes.
So good afternoon. I can see yung slides. Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm JM from the Project Evaluation Division. I'm here to present the completeness check process for unsolicited proposals. So next slide. Next. So my presentation will be divided into 5 parts. So first is an overview of a completeness check. So when we say completeness check, what does it mean? How do we consider a proposal as complete? Second, I will give a brief overview of the different completeness checks at different stages of a PPP project. And then third, I will run you through the list of documentary requirements for the determination of completeness. And the fourth, an extensive discussion of the documentary requirements. I will highlight some of the common concerns we encounter when doing completeness check and the best practices. And then fifth, I will discuss the actions required from IAs like you following the PPP Center endorsement once a USP is determined complete. Next slide. So overview of a completeness check. Next slide, please. So what is a completeness check? With the word itself, we check for completeness of documents we receive to ensure that all essential information are present and compliant. But the more important question is what's the purpose of completeness check? So it's to make sure that the reviewing or approving body will have sufficient information to conduct project evaluation and facilitate informed decision. So next slide. So in the completeness check process, the PPP Center determines if a submitted USP is complete. And when we say complete, we look for two things. So completeness in substance and completeness in form. Completeness in substance meaning what is listed in the requirements under the completeness checklist should be all provided. Example, in feasibility study, may items on key success indicators of the project, stakeholder analysis, etc. So all of the listed requirements should be all provided. Completeness in form. So we have templates and forms. So these templates and forms summarize the project details, parameters, terms, and conditions, risk allocation, and these templates and forms should be properly filled out as this will be submitted to the reviewing or approving body. Next slide. So moving on to the completeness checks at different stages of a PPP project. Well, the focus of my discussion is completeness check conducted by the PPP Center. The discussion will also be helpful to you, public sector agencies, in the succeeding slides. since may sari-sariling completeness check processes tayo at different stages of a PPP project. I will just quickly run you through this flow chart. This was already discussed by Director Royce. So in total, we have 7 completeness checks. So let's focus sa boxes na may yellow broken lines. So the first completeness check, which will be the focus of my discussion, is at step 1. So all USP, whether national, local, go through the PPP center. So PPP center is the entry point for all USPs. So once USP is determined complete, IA decides to accept or reject the USP after its initial assessment. And then IA will conduct detailed evaluation at step 2, then negotiation at step 3. Once successful ang negotiation, so IA to grant original proponent status or OPS to private proponent at step 4. And then on step 5, so IA will submit the proposal to the appropriate body. Now, dito tayo mag-branch out if national or local UPPP project. So for national approval, it will depend on the project cost threshold. So if the project cost is above 15 billion, it has to go through the ICC NEDA board at step 5A. If the project cost is below 15 billion, the approving body is now the governing board, head of other agency, head of IA at step 5B. So before the approval, so merong completeness check processes in each stages. So step 6A and step 6B. So in this slide, we already have 3 different kinds of completeness checks. So next slide. So this slide is mainly for local PPP projects. This was already discussed by Director Royce, so quickly pasadahan ko lang. Take note that the green border, ito yung mga specialized cases. So in case a local PPP project affects national or sectoral plans, so LGU or LUC must submit the proposal to regional PPP committee so it can check alignment of the proposed PPP project to the plans. So, but before the RPPPC can evaluate the proposal, so the RPPPC Secretariat shall do completeness check at step 6C within 7 calendar days. And then in case the local PPP would need a government undertaking or availability payments sourced from national government funds, it should go through ICC. And before that, the PPP evaluating units, we also conduct a completeness check. So that's the 5th completeness check. So I'm highlighting that these 2 steps are for specialized cases only. So after getting RPPC endorsement and ICC approval, it must now be submitted to Local Development Council for confirmation na inline yung project sa development plans of LGU or LUC. And then, but before the confirmation of LDC, LDC Secretariat will conduct completeness check as shown in step 9C. So that's the 6th. And last completeness check is conducted by the Secretariat of Sanggunian before the full evaluation of the local Sanggunian or LUC board. So if you will notice, the completeness check process is 7 calendar days, except for the PPP Center completeness check, which is 10 calendar days embedded in the PPP code. Okay. Next slide. So for the list of documentary requirements for the termination of completeness of a PPP project, next slide. So this slide highlights which requirements are applicable for each scenario. So the requirements will also be discussed in detail in the succeeding slides. So on the first column, nakalatag yung mga documents, what appears in the completeness checklist. For second column, checklist of UST conducted by the PPP Center, so which is the focus of my session as highlighted in yellow. And then third column would be the checklist for ICC or NEDA board approval. And the fourth is checklist for local UST. So what's important to note here in this slide is the electronic copy of the value for money model at number 4. Ito lang yung naka-X mark among the documents in each scenario. So value for money model, it applies to ICC, NEDA board, and local approval. Why? So value for money or VFM discusses if a PPP project is better being procured via PPP versus the government procurement process. So you will only proceed a PPP proposal if it's cheaper in the government perspective doing it via PPP modality rather than the GPRA. So, and for you to be able to conduct that value for money analysis, you need data from the government. That's why at the PPP Center completeness check stage, this is not required. So, however, when it comes to approval ng ICC, NEDA board, or sanggunian, the expectation is that the IA has already conducted the value for money analysis because they have the cost data based on the operation, based on GPRA, and they also have the PPP data based on the proposal with the private proponent. Okay, next slide. And then here, if we look at items 9 and 10, they are required only for PPP proposals where the IA is a GOCC. If you notice, it's only required at ICC NEDA board approval in case the IA is GOCC as shown in the third column. And then this is not applicable at the USP completeness check conducted by PPP Center, given that the private proponent does not have data yet on GOCC financials, and of course, not applicable at the local setting. On item 11, original proponent status by the implementing agency. So this is applicable kapag na-evaluate na ng IA and nag-reach na ng successful negotiation and then OPS will be granted. Nasa later stage na, that's why not required or not applicable at the PPP Center completeness check stage. And then item 12 would be Agency Project Evaluation Report or APER. So APER is a justification of the implementing agency, why the project is needed, an assessment of financial economic analysis of the project. So at later stage na rin ito, that's why not required at the PPP Center completeness check. For 13, draft contract. So what's important to note here is that this is not required during ICC NEDA board approval under sa third column. So it will only come up under the list of parameters, terms, and conditions in one of the completeness check forms, particularly CC form 5, which will be discussed later. So this completeness check form 5 will be the basis in drafting the draft contract. But this is not the case for local UST. So since the private proponent is already required to submit at the PPP Center completeness check, so it would just be further refined during negotiation. So meron ng draft contract and kaya naman isubmit at the approval stage. For 14, Private Proponent Information and Qualification Form, or PPIQ form. So this summarizes the legal, technical, and financial capability of the private proponent. And then last is the endorsement from Regional Development Council and approval from ICC if applicable, if a project impacts national plans, national projects. So it will need this endorsement. And the proof of endorsement is required and only applicable for a local PPP proposal. Okay, next slide. So now we move on to the meat of the presentation. So what I will discuss here is the checklist on processing USP, as well as highlighting some of the common issues we encounter, best practices. So first requirement is the cover letter. So the contents of the cover letter are enumerated here. I will only highlight yung mga nakikita naming nuances as far as the PPP Center completeness check is concerned. So if you look at the right-hand side, so my green check mark, for number 1, for USP submitted to the PPP Center, the letter would come from the private proponent and addressed to the PPP Center. Okay? For number 2, the required certification in item G, certification that the unsolved proposal does not possess prohibited government undertakings. So this certification, in our own experience doing completeness check, this certification can be included in the cover letter. There are also some instances na the private proponents nag-submit in a separate document, a separate certification. As long as in substance, it can be found in other parts of the submission, it will be tagged as information provided. Okay, next slide. So for the second requirement is the feasibility study. So the feasibility study, or FS, contains these contents enumerated. Ito will are also further broken down with sub-items in the completeness checklist. So on this slide, it is important to note, as shown in the green check mark on the right-hand side, that the information in the feasibility study should not be older than 3 years as of date of submission. Dapat updated yung information, for example, the demand and supply numbers, the stakeholder analysis. If there are information na older than 3 years, an explanation or justification on the use of this information is required. For example, gumamit ng census data in doing the financials. And census data is only available every 5 years. So the last census, 2020, so long as the IA can provide a justification of the data limitation, it's acceptable, and it will be tagged as information provided. For 2, stakeholder analysis. So stakeholder consultations are not required at PPP completeness check stage because the private proponent is not yet in talks with the implementing agencies. We encounter submissions that the private proponents were able to do private consultations. So they can submit the result of those private consultations. So this will be acceptable. The result of the stakeholder consultations may or may not have yet been conducted during the PPP Center completeness check, but they are required at the succeeding stages of the project. And then 3, for the project cost. So this should clearly indicate the breakdown of the project costs. There are instances na one number lang for the project cost ang provided, walang breakdown how much yung cost of construction, cost of equipment, cost of land and right-of-way acquisition. So the breakdown of the cost items help evaluators to review the robustness and the reasonableness of the costing. So, for example, isang number lang ng project cost, we declare it as incomplete. So, next slide. So, on the second slide of the feasibility study, I'll only focus on the last portion, no, yung O, information on job creation, employment impact of the project. So on this item, there is a sub-item in the completeness checklist on disaggregated data on sex and disability. So on the experience of PPP Center, disaggregated data on sex lang usually ang napaprovide. By disaggregated data on sex, we mean, for example, out of the 100 people na i-hire, 30 should be men, 70 should be women. And now, under the PPP code and IRR, required ang disaggregated data on disability. That's why maraming private proponents ang nagtatanong kung paano nila makukuha yung disaggregated data on disability. That's why for PPP Center completeness check, a catch-all statement indicating equal opportunity regardless of gender and disability would suffice. However, on approval completeness check, as indicated in item B, the actual disaggregated data on sex and disability is already required, given that the proposal is already firmed up before approval. Next slide. So the third requirement is the electronic copy of the economic model. So what's an economic model? So this model establishes the economic viability of the project's desirability in terms of its net contribution to the society. For example, in road projects, will it generate enough time savings? Will the project result to a decrease in vehicle operating costs? So the economic model takes into account the economic benefits of the project, economic costs of the project, and foresee yung conversion of financial costs to economic costs. I won't delve much on C on this session, but basically on the financial costs, may ginagawang conversion using shadow factors for it to be economic costs. And for D, it should also have a calculation on economic viability, such as economic IRR, NPV, benefits cost ratio, and then E, sensitivity analysis. So moving on to the right-hand side of the slide, in the green check mark, the economic model should contain an assumption sheet, including basis references for all hard-coded values. So what's an assumption sheet? So this contains the inputs used for the calculations of the economic analysis. So for example, an assumption could be, for example, exchange rate, 1 USD to 55 Philippine pesos. So this assumption may be a hard-coded value. And then, but should be supported by proper bases and references for the assumption. So for example, the basis and reference could be Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for the exchange rate. So yun, this is also related dun sa item 1 ng red X mark. So if an assumption is hard-coded, with no proper basis and references, it will be tagged as incomplete. So going back to sa green check mark, the economic model should also be in traceable formula format. So I will discuss this later. And then 3, same with feasibility study, the information should be up to date and not older than 3 years as of date of submission. So if older than 3 years, they should provide explanation. And then 4, all monetary values should be in Philippine peso. And then going back to the red X mark, no, for item 2, shadow wage rate and shadow exchange rate were not incorporated. So this is related dun sa item C on the contents. So if shadow factors were not incorporated, which can be seen sa economic model, if nagawa yung proper conversion. So if not converted, it will be tagged as information not provided. And then on item 3, cells linked to external Excel files, not part of the submission. So in Excel, pwede tayong mag-link ng isang cell sa isang Excel file to another Excel file. And there are instances na yung submitted Excel of the private proponent nakalink sa other Excel file, and this other Excel file is not part of the submission. So in that case, we tag this as not compliant. So next slide. Next slide is on the financial model naman, electronic copy of the financial model. So the model assesses the financial viability of a project, the project's profitability, and the project's ability to meet its debt service obligations. So the model should include the financial statements, in A, the balance sheet, B, income statement, C, cash flows. So D, calculations of financial viability. So is the project financially viable or not? Kumikita ba si private proponent or not? And then E, sensitivity analysis. On F, amount and schedule of firm liabilities of the IA to the private proponent. So if my availability payments or subsidy coming from the IA, it should be clearly indicated sa financial model. And this line item, itong F, is also listed under one of the completeness check form, particularly completeness check form 2, which I will show you to you later. And then G, calculations on bankability. So if mangungutang sa banko, will the project be able to pay off the loans? And then H, for joint venture projects, dapat clearly presented yung proposed profit sharing between IA and the private proponent. And then on the right-hand side, this was already discussed sa economic model. So this will be the best practices for a good model. Okay, next slide. And then so here I will discuss what we meant by proper basis and references. So a good example is this green check mark. So the picture is an assumption sheet which contains all the inputs used in the calculation. If you notice sa right under comments notes, they were able to provide the basis and references for the assumptions. So I believe this is a terminal project. And for example, if we look at terminal fee on PACs under transport revenue, it is assumed at 20 pesos per person. And then the basis and references under comments notes benchmarked on fees collected by existing terminals, VAT exclusive. So may basis and references, and so this is a good example of an assumption supported by proper basis and references. And then under nun sa X mark, so they were able to provide assumptions, but the basis and references were not provided. So we don't know saan nanggaling yung assumptions, yung data. So in this case, we tag as incomplete. Next slide. So as discussed earlier, the model should be in traceable formula format. So what do we mean by traceable? So good example is yung green check. So if you notice all line items under current assets, non-current assets, nakalink to relevant worksheets. While for the X mark, not traceable since the cells are hard-coded values. So in reviewing the models, especially in Excel files, we should be able to trace how the value is calculated. For example, dun sa green check, the cash and cash equivalent. Na-derive pala siya sa ending balance ng cash flow statement. So traceability of the model helps reviewers in evaluating the robustness of the models. Next slide. So next requirements, ito yung mga completeness check forms. So these forms summarize the project details, parameters, terms, conditions, financial obligations, proposed risk allocation, etc. And these forms help the approving body for easier evaluation. So all CC forms must be fully accomplished. If an item is not applicable, it should be indicated, represented in the CC forms. So it's important to note that the contents of the submitted completeness check forms should be consistent with the contents of other submitted documents. Okay, and then next slide. So this is a snapshot of the completeness check form 1. So the proposed general parameters, terms, and conditions. So this is a long list. So mahaba pa na hindi na-capture. But dito nagre-revolve yung negotiation between the private proponent and implementing agency. So this CC Form 1 details all the agreements between the private proponent and the IA, and this will be up for approval by the approving body. And then next, on CC Form 2, which contains the government undertakings and other financial obligations of the government as applicable. So for example, in a JV project, in a joint venture project, may contribution si IA na land. So this should be clearly included and stated in this form. So essentially, this completeness check form 2, all government contributions and the government undertaking, dito siya enumerated, listed, and this will be parang ito yung ibabangga sa financial model. If you recall on the amount and schedule of firm liabilities of the IA, the private proponent, so yun, binabangga natin yung content of the financial model with the content of the CC Form 2. Next, on CC Form 3, so this is the proposed risk allocation and risk mitigation plan. So this is a long list of risks based on GPRAM, generic preferred risk allocation matrix. So all line items should be filled out. If not applicable, it should be properly indicated that it's not applicable. Because if not properly filled out, my missing items, my cells na were left blank, we tag them as incomplete. And then next on CC Form 4, which details the identified interconnectivity and interface risks and mitigating measures. So if may na-identify tayong interconnection or interface risk, the IA should develop risk mitigation plan. So you can see here sa last column of this form, what is the proposed plan to address the identified interconnection or interface. And then last, the CC form 5. So this form lists the mandatory provisions in the draft PPP contract. So mandatory meaning required sa draft contract na all this line item should be included in the draft contract. If may line items na left blank or may na-miss na items, we tag it as incomplete. Next slide. So next requirement is the valuation report. So for USP containing government undertakings in the form of payment of right-of-way related costs and contribution of assets, properties, and rights. So a valuation of the government assets or property is required if my contribution na asset si government. Why this is needed? So the purpose of valuation report is to establish the appropriate compensation that the government shall receive. So kailangan maka-receive ng compensation si IA equal or more than the amount of its contribution to the project. And then for B, for joint ventures, valuation of equity contribution of the government and the private partner. So in the same concept, whatever is contributed by the IA in the joint venture, the IA should receive proportionate share in its contribution. So for example, it contributed 50% of the project cost in the joint venture. It should receive also 50% of the profits. So that's the rationale for B. And lastly, for C, for projects where the investment recovery scheme involves the grant of a portion or percentage of a reclaimed land. So if merong mga reclamation, the valuation of the reclaimed land is required. And then moving on to the right-hand side, what's important to note is that for PPP Center completeness check, valuation may or may not be determined by a third-party appraiser. Because at the PPP Center completeness check stage, yung asset, the government asset, wala pa naman sa kamay ni private proponent. So it's not required. However, for approval stage at number 2, for national and local approval completeness checks, valuation is now required to be determined by a third-party appraiser. So itong mga appraiser, usually accounting firms, valuation firms, yung mga SEC accredited valuers, basically they have the mandate to do appraisal. And lastly, cash contributions do not require valuation. And then next slide. So next requirement is the project site plan. What's important here is dapat clear sa project site plan yung ownership. Is it privately owned? Is it government owned? This will be the basis to determine if it's a contribution of IA or not. So if contributed by the IA, of course, intuitively, dapat magkaroon din ng valuation of the government asset as discussed in the previous slide. So it's important to note that dapat clearly indicated then na which agency owns the proposed project site. If walang details on the ownership of the project site, we will declare as information not provided. And then next, for the draft PPP contract, so this must contain all mandatory provisions, which is also indicated in CC Form 5 discussed earlier, the Completeness Check Form 5. So basically, CC Form 5 will be our reference to determine if na-comply yung mga mandatory provisions in the draft PPP contract. And then next requirement is the Private Proponent Information and Qualification Form, or PPIQ form. So this form provides relevant information on the private proponent's legal, technical, and financial qualification. So this form, as shown as itong photo, should be properly and clearly filled out. And then sa second photo sa baba, sa list of requirements, sa may arrow, answer the boxes below. So if 1 yes, 2 yes, 3 yes. So if yes, we look if the document was really provided in the submissions. And then next slide. And then for the common concerns in PPIQ form, siguro important to note yung item 2 in red X mark. So to establish technical eligibility, a proof that the entity has successfully undertaken projects similar or related to the proposed project is required. There are instances na ang sinasubmit lang ay list of projects undertaken. So we cannot verify yung authenticity of this list. So this will be not acceptable. Pictures are also not acceptable. We require proof. An example would be a certificate of acceptance, certificate of completion, a contract, or any legal documents which serve as proof that the entity has successfully undertaken a similar project. And then for 3, audited financial statements should be the most recent. And then for 4, PCAB license. So kailangang may PCAB license ang gagawa ng mga construction. If not provided or yung license already expired, it is information not provided. And then on the next slide. So some general notes on the completeness check. So if the required information is found in other submitted documents, it may be considered. So for example, a requirement under FS is not provided in the feasibility study, but is found in CC Form 1. So it's considered. And then number 2, if the required information or document is not applicable for the project, it must be clearly indicated, represented in the submission. And then 3, all bases and references for assumptions used must be provided for in-house data or mga internal estimates of the private proponent. So disclosure of those data may be considered. And then 4, so all the required forms and templates must be fully accomplished and submitted. So that's for the common concerns, best practices on our experience. And now I will discuss what the IAs need to do following the PPP Center endorsement of a complete USP. So next slide. So if the IA is not developing a solicited project with similar scope and or objective as the USP, so the IA may either continue processing the USP by proceeding with detailed evaluation, or it can reject the USP if it is not aligned with the development plans of the IA. Next slide. If the IA is already developing a solicited proposal with similar scope and or objective as the USP, so the IA may either continue processing the USP and cease processing the solicited project, being developed or continue processing the solicited project and reject the USP. So next slide. So important to note that the IA shall inform the private proponent in writing of its decision within 10 calendar days from the receipt of the USP from the PPP center. So we want to highlight that the PPP center should always be copy furnished of the decision. And in case the IA decides to reject the USP, the corresponding justification of the rejection should be provided in the decision. And what if the IA has no action within the 10 calendar day period? So pursuant to PPP Governing Board Policy Matter Opinion number 2025-0101, which was recently published. So if IA has no action after the lapse of the 10 days, the IA is deemed to have decided to not continue processing the USP. So in this case, the USP shall no longer proceed to the detailed evaluation, and nevertheless, the private proponent is not precluded from submitting anew its USP to the PPP center. So that would be all for me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. John Michael Marquez. Let us give him a virtual applause. So at this point, before we proceed with the next portion of our activity for today, we'll have a 5-minute health break, and then this will be followed by the open forum. So during the health break, you may still type in your questions in the Zoom chat window, and for our participants from the Facebook and YouTube pages, please comment your complete name of your institution, agency, to be followed by your name and your specific question. So see you after 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the IRR is signed.
We have much to do in our airports if we wish to further equip our workers or workforce with emerging and in-demand skills that are adaptive to the fast-paced and ever-changing domestic and global economy. With the proper implementation of this landmark act, we will facilitate stronger coordination and partnerships among relevant agencies and stakeholders to help implement programs to raise productivity. We will also strengthen the linkages between industry, the academy, and the government for the skills mismatches and enhance the competitiveness of Filipino workers. Next step is to develop the Trabaho Plan sa Bayan Act, which shall serve as the country's master plan for generating employment and creating high-quality jobs. To encourage our government partners, the private sector, and those employers as organizations, informal sector workers, and other vulnerable groups to actively participate in the upcoming consultations to develop this master plan.
Ang San Jose National Trade School ay talagang nakinabang ng gusto dito sa PSIP projects sa dahilang ito ay nagsilbing komportableng classroom sa ating mga estudyante.
Or na wala pa po ang PSIP, hindi namin alam kung saan kami lulugar, saan kami magtuturo.
Nagtsatsaga po kami na magturo sa mga kiosk sa loob ng gym, and then sa mga ilalim po ng puno, ganun po ang aming sitwasyon dito. Ngayon po, isang napakalaking pagkakataon po para sa amin na nagkaroon ng PSIP na kami ay pinagkalooban ng mga classroom.
Nung dumating ang PSIP, feeling namin nasa private school po kami. Napakaginhawa po ng naging naranasan ng mga guro, lalong-lalo na po ng mga mag-aaral po namin.
Napakabuti ng Panginoon Diyos at binigyan kami ng pagkakataon ng eskwelahan namin na nabigyan ng ganitong klaseng building.
Sabi nga kapag may komportable tayong classroom, silid-aralan, makakamit din natin o makakamit natin yung talagang quality education na inaangat po natin. So, perfect po yun para sa amin. Meron kaming masisipag na mag-aaral, may matataas na pangarap na mga mag-aaral, masisipag na mga guro, at dinagdagan pa po yun ng PSIP na napaka-komportabling classroom na building. So, talaga pong ang pangarap ng bata namin, abot kaya po nila.
Para sa mga susunod na mag-aaral.
So, at this moment, we'll be posting the questions that we have gathered from our participants. Will also be joined by all of our resource persons, including Assistant Secretary Jeffrey Manalo. So we will just be flashing the questions. So the first question is from Mr. James Salvo of PNOCRC, or Renewables Corporation. With the usual procurement via RA 9184, we have in-house procurement team. For PPP mode, I understand we have to pursue PPP projects through the PPP Center. How do we go about that? Will PPP be like a procurement agent for a fee?
Glad I can take this one.
Sure, Assistant Secretary.
Yeah, so okay, number one, we have yung statement na we have to pursue PPP projects through the PPP Center. We need to correct that, no? And clarify that further. The implementing agencies do not pursue PPP projects through the PPP Center. Nagkataon lang na ang first step under the new law is isubmit kay PPP Center ng private proponent ang unsolicited proposal for completeness check. After completeness check, it will be the processing of the implementing agency. However, yung processing ng implementing agency ay nasa development stage pa lang yon. Because as was presented earlier, meron pa kayong detailed evaluation, may negotiation pa, magpapa-approve pa kayo ng project bago pumunta doon sa mismong procurement phase where you are to select the private partner, or in the case of unsolicited proposals, ang tawag natin comparative challenge process. So how do we go about that? If by that we mean papaano yung pag-pursue ng PPP projects through the center, wala po kayong gagawin, no? Kapag ka natanggap namin yung unsolicited proposal, within 10 days, if it is complete, we will write to you officially and we will provide all the next steps kung ano yung paano nyo ipaprocess yung project following the PPP code and its IRR. Now, if by that you mean the procurement part, then we follow the process ng comparative challenge process, which I understand there was a slide presented earlier by Royce tungkol doon. Will PPP Center be like a procurement agent for a fee? No. It will be the PBAC of the implementing agency who will conduct the bidding, or in this case, the comparative challenge process of the proposed unsolicited proposal. I guess ang related query dito, you might have read somewhere in the law, merong part ng function ng PPP Center that we may be invited as a procurement entity by the implementing agency. Hindi pa operable yung provision na yon because the guidelines, the detailed guidelines will have to be issued by the PPP Governing Board. That's number one. Number two, it is also not a requirement. It is only on special circumstances where an implementing agency may request the PPP Center to be the procurement agent. I hope that clarifies these queries. Thank you.
Thank you, DB Jeff. Next question. Thank you, Sir James, for confirming. Our next question is, for local PPP projects, what disincentive will discourage the local Sanggunian or LUC board from failing to render a final decision within the specified period if the PPP Center deems the project approved after the period has elapsed?
Go ahead, Royce.
Yeah. So the question is, how can we avoid, I mean, what will be the motivation for the LGU, no, not to act on the project? So kung hindi na action na ng approving body ng Sanggunian or LUC board, you know, sayang yung benefits ng project. So first, we have all these entities, yung approving bodies. We've done a lot of capacity building, and then may proposal na tinanggap na project, and the approving body failed to act on the project. No? Remember again, meron tayong sinasabi na list of PPP projects, no? So the public is now aware, no? The other principle is that there's transparency, may mga pinoprocess na PPP projects. So each entity will be accountable. So I hope that is one factor na our approving bodies will be responsive given the definitive timelines as we have discussed, as we have seen. And ultimately, no, itong mga accountable officials, no, they will hopefully act on the project kasi delayed action on the project is that delayed benefits to be given to the users, no. So yun po. And again, yung penal provision na nabanggit kanina, I think yung mga actions na ito ay part of those penal provisions.
Yeah, I'd like to expound on the second part, Royce. Yeah, if we're talking of disincentive that will discourage the decision makers, the approving body, from rendering a decision, that would be the penal provision, no? The law and the IRR was designed such that the project will survive, no? Meaning the project will proceed to the next phase. Kaya merong deemed approval provision na binigay. But not without accountability on the part of those parties who should have acted but failed to do so. If you look at the penal provision, explicitly prohibited act ang non-action to or non-processing of an unsolicited proposal. So at any point in the process.
Thank you very much to our resource persons. Next question. We have two questions from Mr. Marflon Natividad of NEDA Region 4A. The first one, for local PPP projects, which office is responsible for determining whether a project requires RPPPC endorsement? Is it the proponent or the LGU? Additionally, what will happen if a project that should have sought RPPPC endorsement fails to do so? Are there any training programs on the PPP code for RPPPC members?
Okay, so I'll take this, Glad. So first, the implementing agency is responsible for looking out that your particular project will not have overlap, will not have negative impact on other plans of the government. I think I want to go back again to the importance of the CLIPS, Consolidated List of Investment Programs, and the list of PPP projects. So those documents will be uploaded on the website of the PPP Center and the NEDA. Okay. It's also very important for our implementing agencies to be aware of our proposed projects, no? Kasi alam na natin ano yung there should not be any reason, no? Because we know that these clips will be available, no, to everyone. So that is a reference document that we have to see. Kaya nga importante yung alignment ng plans. Okay? And for a particular project, it's always good practice to coordinate, check with the relevant government agency, no? So that's part of the due diligence of the implementing agency.
Yeah.
Okay. Sige.
I would add, Royce, I think we need to further qualify yung stages, no, in terms of
Right.
determining whether the project requires RPPPC endorsement. Recall that Royce presented the assignment of the PPP Center within the 10 calendar days period of completeness check. There are two things that we need to do as PPP Center. First is to determine the completeness of the submitted unsolicited proposal. The second is to determine the appropriate approving body for the project. I would say the more accurate way of saying it is the initially determine the appropriate approving body. Why did I add the term initially determine? Because as you know, ano ang next step pagka-endorse namin ng project sa inyo na nakalagay na doon kung sino yung mga approvals na kailangan? You will do a detailed evaluation, and then if you wish to proceed, magne-negotiation pa kayo. And only after negotiation, only after a successful negotiation will you be able to finalize the parameters, terms, and conditions of your project. So at that point, pwedeng iba na yung itsura ng project, no? Iba na yung terms ng project. At that point, it will be the implementing agency who shall then determine, no, kung saan yung dadaling appropriate approving body. Don't worry because you won't miss it, because in the endorsement letter that we are going to send to you, may note rin kami doon na that the initial determination of the PPP Center is indicative. Kung may mababago in the course of processing the project, you will have to inform us kasi pwedeng mabago yung appropriate approving body. I hope that is clear. And I think the last portion pa yung what will happen if a project that should have sought regional PPP committee endorsement fails to do so. Well, number one, it exposes the parties playing their respective roles under the penal provision. Number two, there is a provision that in the IRR that states if at any point ma-find out na hindi siya nagdaan doon sa process, I think it is NEDAP or PPP center who can ask that it be referred back to the appropriate approving body. Again, similar sa kanina, designed siya as a cure so that the project can survive, but not without accountability to those who should have shepherded the project in the correct process. I hope that's clear.
So in addition, Jeff, thank you for that. We have a scheduled training program specific for technical officers of the NEDA regional offices. So to answer yung question number 2, no? So we will really focus on the approval process. I mean, the process when we will provide guidance to NROs, no? Following yung PPP GB issuance on the local PPP approval process, yung seeking the RPPC endorsement. So magkakaroon po tayo sometime in June. There's a date already, no? June 19 to 20, yung target natin for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Royce and ED Jeff. Next question. This is from Attorney Assistant Secretary Quintin Magsico of the Department of Agrarian Report. Is there a timeline for PPP to respond to unsolicited proposals determining completeness?
I can take this question. So yes, there is a timeline. The PPP Center has 10 calendar days to release findings, to conduct completeness check and determine the appropriate approving body. So we have 10 calendar days.
Thank you. Our next question. For the viability models to be submitted by the private agency, are there specific templates to be used, or are there established guidelines that the private sector could follow? This is from the Department of Transportation, Mr. Jumar Pugao.
Unfortunately, no. There are no templates required to be followed. However, the elements of the financial, economic, and the value for money models as listed in the documentary requirements should be present. So we have no specific templates to be used.
Thank you very much, Sir JM. So before we proceed with the next set of questions, maybe some of them will be answered by the next presentation. So let us now proceed with the lecture of Director Rafael Badillo of our Project Development Service before we proceed or continue with our open forum. Again, thank you very much to our participants for providing us with a lot of questions. So allow me to share the presentation of Director Badillo, and let us give him a virtual applause.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, I hope everyone is still up and active, no, after those two previous very informative discussions, no, on the processing of unsolicited proposals. So, just to recap, no, so Director Royce earlier discussed the salient provisions of the PPP code, especially for unsolicited proposals. And then JM from the PED, discussed in detail what we do during the assessment of completeness of the unsolicited proposals. So now we're moving on to the next portion of the processing of unsolicited proposals, mainly the detailed evaluation process up until comparative challenge. So this is the portion wherein the implementing agencies and the local government units are more involved in the processing of the unsolicited proposals. So next slide, please. Just giving you a brief outline of my presentation for today. So first we'll tackle the detailed evaluation process, things that implementing agencies can look out for, when conducting their own detailed evaluation. And then we proceed to negotiation with the private proponent, best practices, and other things to consider when doing negotiations with the proponent. And then we'll breeze through the review and approval process since it was earlier discussed, no? And then the procurement stage, or what you call the comparative challenge process of PPP projects. So yes, so just an overview of the unsolicited process, as earlier mentioned, no? We first go through the development stage, in this case, the detailed evaluation, and then from the detailed evaluation, we do review and approval, comparative challenge, and award and implementation. No? So next slide, please. So during the initial processing and detailed evaluation, it was earlier mentioned by JM that the implementing agency, after being endorsed the unsolicited proposal, has 10 calendar days to decide whether to reject the proposal or proceed with detailed evaluation. We would like to note, no, that this detailed this decision to reject the proposal or proceed to detailed evaluation is not to be misconstrued with the 90-day detailed evaluation process. So what we're looking at is that during the 10 days, the main objective of the implementing agency is to look at the proposal at face value and say that based on the project being proposed by the private sector, the IA is not developing a similar solicited project, or if they are already developing a solicited project or with a similar scope or objective as the unsolicited proposal, they can either decide, no, to either continue processing the unsolicited proposal and cease the processing of the solicited project, or continue processing the solicited project and reject the USB. So the 10-day detailed evaluation, the 10-day decision of the implementing agency is just really to say that okay, this unsolicited proposal is favorable to us. We'd like to proceed further, with a 90-day detailed evaluation process. So just to clarify that portion, what's the difference between this 10 days to decide on whether to proceed with detailed evaluation and the 90 days that the 90 days that are going to be used by the implementing agency in processing the USP. So next slide, please. So what are the key considerations of the implementing agency should they do decide to proceed with the processing of the unsolicited proposal for detailed evaluation? So these bullet points can be found in much more detail in the section 55 of our PPP code IRR, but just to breeze through it, these are some of the main things that we are looking out for when conducting detailed evaluation. So first, we validate the absence of prohibited government undertakings and availability payments to be funded under national government funds. And then we also validate the absence or presence of any physical overlaps with a project or projects being developed by the government. So the initial idea here is that the private sector is preparing an unsolicited proposal with the objective that it will not interfere with any other ongoing government projects being initiated, either through ODA, GAA, or other PPP projects for that matter. And then another one is to assess the appropriateness of the contractual arrangement and reasonableness of the proposed risk allocation, review proposed PTCs, then evaluate the robustness of the valuation of the assets, properties, or rights being proposed to be contributed by the government. So, of course, in certain instances, there are certain PPP projects wherein the private proponent would like to use some government assets in being able to implement the project. So we want to make sure that these contributions by the government are valued properly. And then another one is to assess the appropriateness of the compensation of the government for these government undertakings. And then we also review the technical, financial, and economic viability of the PPP project. So that's also why part of the submission requirements of the unsolicited proposal is a complete feasibility study that contains these considerations on the technical, financial, and economic viability of the projects. And then also part of the detailed eval process would be the conduct of the value for money analysis. This is earlier discussed by JM about analyzing whether or not the PPP project is value for money, meaning the private sector undertaking it would be more cost efficient rather than undertaking the project as a standalone government funded project. And then another part of the assessment of the proposal would be to assess the qualifications of the private proponent and then to gather market sounding feedback and assess the entirety of the proposed project, basically. So next slide, please. So these will break down those things earlier mentioned in certain buckets. So when we assist the implementing agencies in conducting the feasibility studies and the unsolicited proposals, these are the things that we take into consideration when we do these evaluations. So first, we look at the viability of the project based on the feasibility study that was prepared by the private proponent. We'll look at the technical, financial, and legal merits of the PPP project, taking into consideration if, for example, technical viability, would there be sufficient demand for the project? And because of that sufficient demand, is the technical solution that is being proposed by the private proponent enough to meet that demand or sufficient to solve what demand problem is being identified by the private proponent? And then aside from that analysis of demand, we also look at what type of project safeguards are we looking for? What are, based on the technical solutions, what are the key considerations that the government should be looking out for to ensure that the project is properly safeguarded? So why do we look at these technical solutions, demand analysis, and such? Because it feeds in also to the financial aspect of the project. So of course, being the private sector implementing the project, one of the things that they are looking out for is whether or not the PPP project, as they propose, would be financially viable for them, meaning they get sufficient returns for the capital investment that they're going to put out for the project. So of course, if you're looking at a certain level of demand and a certain level of technical solution to these PPP projects, this will also factor into the project cost, how much the private entity will be spending to implement these PPP projects. And at the same time, how will they recover their investment? So these technical matters and financial matters are looked into hand in hand when assessing the viability of the PPP project. And it's the implementing agency's responsibility in evaluating the project on these merits. Now, that if the private proponent is providing a technical solution for the project and it entails certain level of costs, is this cost and technical solution something that the government agencies are willing to undertake? And then, of course, there are also legal considerations. So the private proponent is looking at a certain project structure or certain contractual arrangement. That structure and arrangement also entails risks and obligations of both the government and the private sector. And not only does it involve two parties, it's not always just limited to the government and the private sector. You also have to look at other agencies that are not necessarily implementing the project, but have a hand in contributing to the project in one way or another. And of course, you also have to look at other stakeholders like the general public, other regulators, other market players to the project. So all in all, you have to take into consideration those technical, financial, and legal aspects when conducting the detailed evaluation of the PPP project. So as you can see to the right, no, we've highlighted certain parts of the key considerations. First, validating the presence and absence of physical overlaps. That goes into the technical analysis of the project. And then, again, conducting the legal review, no, of the technical, financial, and economic viability, as well as the VFM analysis. And then, from the legal aspect, you're also looking at, is the private proponent qualified to undertake this, no? Given their proposed technical solutions, their proposed financial structure, their proposed project costs, and their ability to fund these projects. You also have to look at whether or not they're qualified to do so. So it's not limited to just saying that, okay, this is the solution of the private sector. You also have to consider, have they done past projects that would deem them qualify in undertaking this type of project? Do they have the sufficient funding? I.e., do they have lenders who are willing to lend them for the project? Them as a company, do they have enough equity, or enough skin in the game to undertake or to shell out for capital expenditure for the project? So these are some of the key considerations, from the feasibility study perspective. Next slide, please. So next, focusing on the legal aspect, of the detailed evaluation process, we also take into considerations some legal aspects of the project, mainly the project structure, contractual arrangement, risk allocation. So as we know, PPP projects are not limited to what is usually known as a build, operate, transfer concession. So I believe Director Royce earlier mentioned, and some of our earlier capacity building activities have also mentioned that PPP projects come in all forms now. So there's your usual build, operate, transfer, and it's similar modalities like build, transfer, operate, build, transfer, maintain, build, transfer, design, build, finance, and so on and so forth. But aside from that, there are also other types of PPP arrangements. So like we have joint ventures, we have lease arrangements, we have pure O&M PPPs that do not have a build component. So part of the detailed evaluation process, is looking at what is the proponent's proposed project structure and contractual arrangement, and is it the optimal contractual arrangement given the nature of the project and what the government agencies obligations and contributions are to the project. So we encounter some instances during our project development facilitation that some private proponents would propose joint venture as their proposed contractual arrangement. But during the detailed evaluation process, we determined that the joint venture arrangement might not be the optimal for the government, but rather a build, operate, transfer, or a build, transfer, operate concession might be more applicable given the nature of the project. So things like these are taken very much into consideration when doing our detailed evaluation. And more than just looking at the contractual arrangement, we're also looking at what are the government and private sector risks involved. So as earlier mentioned a while ago by JM, part of the completeness check is looking at the completeness check forms. One of those is the general preferred risk allocation matrix. So from that matrix, it identifies for each type of possible risk that the project will undertake, who bears the responsibility of owning and mitigating that risk. So there are some risks that are private sector borne, some that are government owned, and some are shared by government and private sector. So part of the detailed evaluation process is to analyze which of these risks are best undertaken, no, by the private sector, which of these risks are best undertaken by the government, and if there is something contrary to what is being stated in the what is being stated in the GPRAM, and there are certain deviations from it. Part of it is analyzing as well, no? Is the government willing to undertake that risk, or should the government be transferring that risk to the private sector? And then next, no, is reviewing the proposed parameters, terms, and conditions. These are the PTCs that was mentioned earlier during the completeness check form. So these parameters, terms, and conditions are the key terms that govern the PPP project. So part of the detailed evaluation process, no, is looking at this PTC form, because this contains, no, what are the key responsibilities of the private sector in the project, what is the major scope, what will be built, for example, or what will be supplied, will there be operations and maintenance in the project, what are the minimum performance standards and specifications that will be followed by the project, what will be the obligations of the government for undertaking the project, and then in the event of default by other parties or failure to meet the obligations, what will be the arrangement that the government and the private sector have to undertake in order to mitigate that risk, or what will be the mode of settlement, for example, in the event of default of the private sector or in the event of default of the government. So these proposed PTCs, we look into that in detail during detailed evaluation to see if these terms and conditions are favorable to the government. That those are some of the activities that we undertake during the 90-day detailed eval process. Next slide, please. So so the last bucket of our detailed evaluation is with regard to the presence or absence of prohibited government undertakings. So as we've noted in Section 50 of the PPP Code and its IRR, there is a list there, no, of what are the prohibited government undertakings under unsolicited proposals, because the general premise, no, behind the unsolicited proposals is that the private sector is able to undertake or implement the project, no, with minimal government support. So what we're looking at in the detailed evaluation process is making sure, no, that there are no prohibited government undertakings, or the government is not exposed to any contingent liabilities should it fail to provide such undertakings. So that's one of the things that we look out for. And then there are certain exceptions, no, to these government undertakings. Prohibited government undertakings are not allowed in certain instances, except for when the government is compensated for such undertaking. An example of that, no, is the contribution of land or assets. So for some there are certain instances, no, wherein the PPP project involves the use of government land or the use of existing government assets in undertaking the project. So of course, because the project cannot operate without such contribution, the government might have to undertake providing that. But in exchange, the government must be compensated for providing that asset or providing the private sector the use of that asset. That's where the next highlighted bullet comes in, no? Evaluating the robustness of the valuation of the assets, properties, or rights proposed to be contributed by the government. So one of the requirements under the PPP code and its IRR is that if the unsolicited proposal contains these types of government contributions, there must be valuation. And that valuation will be tied into the next bullet, which is the appropriateness of the compensation to the government for government undertakings. So what we're saying here is that if, for example, government will provide land so that the private sector could put up a property development that will provide public services. The contribution of land shall be subject to evaluation by a third-party appraiser. And then that based on that value, the proponent must propose any form of compensation that should be equal to or more than the value of the asset being provided by the government. So these types of key considerations are looked into during the detailed evaluation process. Okay. Next slide, please. So the implementing agencies are provided 90 calendar days to conduct that detailed evaluation. And after that 90 calendar days, there comes a crossroads wherein the implementing agency has to decide on the unsolicited proposal. So your two options here is to accept the unsolicited proposal and proceed to the negotiation of the PPP project, or you reject the unsolicited proposal and either undertake the project as a solicited project or entertain other unsolicited proposals that are similar in scope. So So after considering all of those within the 90 days, the implementing agency has to inform the private proponent within 3 calendar days after that 90-day detailed evaluation period of its decision on whether or not to proceed with negotiations or to, in the case of multiple unsolicited proposals being evaluated, selecting the unsolicited proposal that they deem is the most acceptable to proceed to negotiation and reject all other unsolicited proposals. And but that does not preclude the implementing agencies from inviting these rejected proposals in participating in the comparative challenge later on in the project development cycle. So what are the things that the implementing agency has to do after the 90-day detailed eval process after accepting the USP? So the implementing agency has to write to the proponent, and in the writing, they need to indicate there that the unsolicited proposal is being accepted for negotiation. The notice that the negotiation will commence and the date when that negotiation will commence, and then the mechanics of the negotiation and the representatives of the implementing agency to the negotiation committee. So aside from that, the implementing agency will also be asking the proponent to provide its own representatives to the negotiation. So and then on the other side of that, what happens if the the implementing agency decides to reject the USP and or all other similar unsolicited proposals? The implementing agency still has to write to the proponent stating that the unsolicited proposal is being rejected and all copies of the unsolicited proposal shall be returned to the private proponent. We note here the last two bullets in this slide. First is if the IA fails to act on the unsolicited proposal within 90 calendar days after the end of the detailed evaluation period, we note that the project proposal shall be deemed approved to proceed to negotiation. Without prejudice, of course, to the sanctions that's part of the penal provisions of the PPP code, because one of the things that the penal provisions take into consideration is being able to follow the prescribed timelines for processing unsolicited proposals under the PPP code. So we take note that the implementing agency must provide its decision to the proponent within the 90 calendar days of the detailed evaluation process, or else it will be deemed approved and accepted, and that the implementing agency will be forced to commence negotiation with the proponent after that 90-day evaluation period. So if naman, in the case, there are multiple proposals being evaluated, no? And the IAA fails to act on all of these similar proposals, what will be deemed as approved to proceed to the negotiation will be the first proposal that was submitted by the PPP Center to the implementing agency and deemed complete. So these are some of the key considerations that we look out for in the processing of the USP during the detail eval process. Okay. So now that we've discussed the detailed evaluation process, we can proceed now with the negotiation. So what happens after the implementing agency has declared the project to be acceptable to them and proceeding with negotiation. Next slide, please. So these are some of the responsibilities of the implementing agency and the private proponent. So for the implementing agency side, it will designate through a special order permanent representatives to the committee. Designated representatives must have the authority to negotiate and make decisions on behalf of the implementing agency. And then any changes to members of the negotiation committee shall also be issued through SO and subject to the guidelines to be issued by the PPP governing board. So what now is the main composition of the government's negotiation committee? So we're looking here at a team lead, no, that is designated by the head of the implementing agency, and then a legal officer, an officer knowledgeable in finance, and an officer knowledgeable in the technical aspects and or management and operations of the project. So these are the minimum composition, no? But the implementing agency can also add other members to the negotiation committee as they deem necessary. If, for example, they need more members or officers in various technical aspects of the project, they could add more technical team to their negotiation committee. And then the private proponent will also be designating their own permanent representatives to the negotiation committee. And then prior to the commencement of negotiations, they will have to notify the implementing agencies, no, of their representatives. Then I then refer you, to the next two text boxes here. First, to the left, in the case of co-grantors, co-grantors wherein there are two implementing agencies, no, that will undertake the PPP project. So dapat both of those implementing agencies must have adequate representation in the negotiation committee. And then next text box here, no, is with regard to other members of the negotiation committee from the government side, no? So the implementing agency can also involve the PPP Center, the Department of Finance, or other government lawyers specializing in PPPs during the conduct of a negotiation. So we can invite either the OSG, the OGCC, or in some instances, for example, may mga co-grantors na magkaiba yung legal counsel, we could invite both OSG and OGCC. But we also take note, no, that their absence in the negotiation proceedings should not delay the conduct of negotiations. Baga, their attendance and involvement in negotiation proceedings is optional. The mandatory members, no, of the negotiation committee should be the implementing agency and the private proponent making the decisions on the negotiation. Okay, next slide, please. So what are the things that we look out for, during the negotiation process? So first, we negotiate the government share in the upside of the PPP project. So these are some of the key things that we look out for in the nego process. So ideally, during the detailed evaluation, what if the implementing agency, decides to accept the proposal for negotiation, those key negotiation items are also starting to be listed by the implementing agency prior to the conduct of negotiations, so that when the negotiations start, the private proponent would already have an idea, no, of what are the things that the implementing agency will be looking out for when they negotiate certain terms and conditions of the project. So some of the things that we could include, no, as part of the project's parameters, terms, and conditions would be first, setting a predetermined rate of return based on market conditions, as well as risks to be assumed by the private partner in the duration of the PPP project. So if, for example, during as submitted by the private proponent, the concession period is for 20 years, for example, but the implementing agency decides that this investment horizon is too short and they'd like the concession period to be longer. That is one of the things that they could negotiate on with the private proponent, with, of course, the private proponent also taking into consideration if the concession period being negotiated on, no, would be right for their own investment horizon. So that's one of the things. No? Then the second thing would be sharing by the private partner with the government of revenues, net revenues, or earnings before interest if there is an upside. So one of the things that you also have to consider, no, is that the private sector is proposing these projects with one of their objectives being getting upside from, I mean, getting returns, no, from the implementation of the project. But that does not preclude, no, the government from also getting their adequate share in that upside of the project. And then you could also negotiate implementing a graduated share in cases where government already has a share in the project revenues, or even without the upside, even without the upside, no? And then so we could also negotiate setting a period for monitoring the returns, setting a period for remitting the share of government in the upside, and reduction of tariff for the users if the predetermined rate is exceeded. So so reason for non-inclusion of any of these above items in the parameters and terms and conditions shall be disclosed by the implementing agency to the approving body once the project is being submitted for approval. And then we also note, no, that these terms and these key parameters, terms, and conditions may also be required by the approving body as part of the PTCs when the project comes up for approval during approval stage. Okay. Next slide, please. So I noted, no, that those are some of the things that will be negotiated during the conduct of the negotiations. But I also want to note, no, that that there are a lot more items aside from negotiating the government upside that the implementing agency can negotiate with the private proponent. So some of that is, for example, if the technical solution that is being proposed by the private proponent is acceptable to the implementing agency pending some adjustments and or tweaks in the standards and specifications, those can be negotiated by the proponent. And then at the same time, asking the proponent to add certain other safeguards to the project, certain environmental considerations, GED-C considerations, being as part of the parameters, terms, and conditions that will govern the project. Those can also be negotiated upon, no? Or inclusions or exclusions in the existing scope of the unsolicited proposal. Of course, when the government agency decides to negotiate that with the private proponent, there also will be a time when the private proponent would say that they'll have to reevaluate, of course, their proposal as submitted in consideration of the fact that when we negotiate these terms and conditions, it might affect the their own project financials, no, or their own ability to generate sufficient returns for the PPP project. So it's really a matter of striking the balance during negotiation, no, of getting government upside for the project, at the same time ensuring that the proper safeguards are met, because at the end of the day, the PPP project being proposed is for the benefit of the general public. But at the same time, in consideration also that any changes in the unsolicited proposal will also impact the private sector's ability to implement the same. So, yeah. So we note, no, that after the negotiation period, the implementing agency, no, can declare successful negotiation and grant an original proponent status to the private proponent, or in the case of instances wherein hindi magkaagrihan with the parameters, terms, and conditions, the implementing agency can declare failure of negotiation and reject the proposal in writing within 7 calendar days after the conclusion of negotiation. In terms of the the period, no, to conduct negotiations, the bare minimum as stated by the PPP code in its IRR is 30 days, and then the first maximum to be reached is 80 days. So after that 80 days, no, if for example hindi pa fully agreed upon si government and private sector on the terms and conditions of the project, the both parties, no, can agree to extend up to a maximum of 150 calendar days. So the 150 calendar days is the ultimate maximum, no. If after that 150 days, hindi pa rin mag-agree yung government and private sector, we can declare failure of negotiation now. And after the 150 days, can still declare successful negotiation, and the implementing agency, no, can grant the the OPS to the private proponent. So no, we also note lang this difference, no, from previous legal frameworks. No, usually the OPS comes before negotiations, and then the implementing agency and private proponent negotiate the terms and conditions of the project. Here in the PPP code and its IRR, it's reversed now. You conduct negotiations before declaring successful negotiations and conferring an original proponent status to the private proponent. Next, please. So these are some of the key considerations that we want to also discuss with the government agencies here, no, during negotiation process. So these are some of the things that we've experienced, no, as pitfalls during the negotiation. So we've encountered, no, that some implementing agencies enter into the negotiation stage while also simultaneously evaluating the unsolicited proposal, meaning after the 90-day detailed evaluation period, they accepted the proposal, but they're still in the process of continuing to evaluate the the unsolicited proposal. We as PPP Center, no, when we provide our technical assistance to the implementing agency, we also try to remind them that that hopefully the detailed eval process, no, the 90-day detailed eval process is exhausted and the evaluation is conducted within those 90 days, so that during the negotiation process, hindi na nagdo-double yung work na ginagawa and hindi simultaneous yung pag-evaluate ng proposal while conducting negotiation. So another pitfall, no, that we've encountered during the negotiation process is failure to set clear negotiation mechanics. So for example, communication and sharing of documents sometimes hindi nagiging clear with the implementing agency and the private proponent. So nagkakaroon ng version control issues with documents being shared within the negotiation committee members, or there are certain documents that are not being shared by the other party. And then negotiation time frame and schedule of forum, despite it being in the mechanics, we've experienced that there are some instances na hindi na-follow yung timeframe and schedule. And then some quorum matters, hindi nagkakaroon ng negotiation meeting because there's failure to reach quorum. A lot of times when this happens and we facilitate negotiations with the government and the private sector, what we do is convert that negotiation meeting into what we call a subgroup meeting or a pocket meeting, no, wherein no agreements are being discussed during the meeting, but technical, financial, and legal matters are being discussed so that come time during the next negotiation meeting and may forum na, it will be easier, no, to discuss certain matters that are subject for agreement or discussion of the negotiating team members. So again, some other pitfalls that we've encountered, no, are routing and approval of minutes, preparation of negotiation reports, and submission of revised documents reflecting negotiated items. So we also try, no, as much as possible that during the negotiation period, seamless na yung document so that by the time that we submit these documents to the appropriate approving body, complete yung negotiated items, properly documented yung parameters, terms, and conditions that were negotiated upon, and that clear yung agreement of the government and the private sector of the terms that are being negotiated. Next slide, please. So these are some of our suggested approach during the conduct of negotiations with a private proponent. So first, as early as the detailed evaluation process, the implementing agency naman can discuss, no, with the private proponent some of their initial findings on the unsolicited proposal. So some of the best practices we've encountered, no, during the processing of USPs of implementing agencies is that as early as detailed evaluation, they already communicate, no, some of their findings with the private proponent with the objective of either the private proponent updating their unsolicited proposal to reflect these findings, or the private proponent already being apprised that these are potential negotiating points come time for acceptance for negotiations. Then another best practice approach, no, is that during the conduct of the 150-day negotiation, we understand, no, that the government, as much as possible, would like to run through the entire contract with a private proponent. What we're suggesting to streamline the process during the conduct of negotiations is that we negotiate the PTC forms first before the entirety of the contract during the negotiation process, because these PTCs, no, are already structured in such a way that you already know what the what certain aspects of the project, no, should be negotiated upon. So which terms and conditions should be agreed upon by both the government and the private sector. So negotiating the PTCs prior to the entire PPP contract would structure properly the negotiations with the proponent. You can already comprehensively tackle important project terms, no, with just using the PTC forms, as opposed to looking at the contractual provisions that you read through one line at a time, no, but not necessarily these contractual terms or contractual conditions are the subject, no, of negotiation or what you need for the project to proceed. And then the last suggested approach, no, of during the conduct of negotiations is ensuring that stakeholder consultations have been conducted, because at the end of the day, no, these unsolicited proposals will involve not just the government and not just the private sector, but other concerned stakeholders. For example, general public, end users of the project, other government agencies and regulators and such. So we also need to take into consideration that they have been consulted and their inputs have been considered, no, in the unsolicited proposal, as well as the negotiated terms and conditions of the project. So, just the last line, no, stakeholder feedback should inform the negotiation and support project approval later on. Because at the end of the day, no, after negotiations, we also have to take into consideration the acceptability of the project by both the approving body and the general public, no, as if they will be the end users of the project. So yeah. So after the conduct of negotiation, no, we grant the original proponent status upon successful negotiation, and this OPS, no, is valid from 1 year from conferment. So as opposed to the previous legal framework wherein the OPS is conferred with an indefinite time frame, no, essentially eternal or infinite OPS. This time, 1 year na lang ang validity ng ating ating original proponent status. And after 1 year, the OPS will expire. So the IA shall inform the private proponent in writing prior to the expiration of the validity of the OPS, and without the prejudice to the OT's right to match during the comparative challenge process, the expiration of the OPS shall no longer have an effect or consequence once the invitation for comparative proposals have been issued. So the idea is, within 1 year after conferment, dapat nag-undergo na tayo ng approval and comparative challenge process. Otherwise, the validity, of the OPS granted to the private proponent, if not acted on within the year, will expire. So after that, no, revocation of the OPS. So the OPS granted to the private proponent may also be revoked by the implementing agency based on any of the following grounds. So first, kapag yung facts disclosed by the by the proponent is incomplete, incorrect, misleading, fraudulent, untrue, inaccurate, or different from what was being presented by the proponent. And then second instance is if there is non-compliance or violation of the PPP code in its IRR, or if the change of the composition of the original proponent will affect its legal, technical, and or financial capability to successfully carry out the PPP project. Namely, if magkaroon ng changes in members of the consortium that forms the original proponent, if we deem that they're not going to be qualified or they will not be able to undertake the project as that new consortium, that could be grounds for revoking their original proponent status. Okay. So next slide, please. So I'll just breeze through these next slides because these were also already discussed by Director Royce at length earlier today. But yeah, just to go through some of the slides with the review and approval stage. So during the for review and approval, as earlier mentioned, for national projects, the basic rule is that if the project is worth 15 billion and above, the approving authority is NEDA board, and if below, the head of implementing agency or the governing board of that implementing agency. But there are certain criteria that's stated in the PPP code in its IRR that will determine who will be the appropriate approving body for the PPP project is. It was earlier mentioned naman during the completeness check stage, that part of the completeness check is also determining the appropriate approving body, with also noting that during the conduct of evaluation and negotiation, if magkaroon ng changes in the definition of the project or merong new information that comes along during detailed evaluation and negotiation that would warrant the change in appropriate approving body, the PPP Center must also be informed of such changes in the composition that will affect the appropriate approving body of the project. And then for local PPP projects, as earlier mentioned, the approving authority will be the local sanggunian, or in the case of local universities and colleges, the LUC board. And then certain endorsements, to be submitted depending on certain criteria of the projects. Okay. Next slide, please. And so this is again earlier mentioned during the slides of Director Royce and GM. So these are the general NEDA board ICC procedures for the review and approval of PPP proposals. Okay, next, ito na po. So these are some of the minimum PTCs that is required during the review and approval stage. So the implementing agency shall submit to the appropriate approving body as part of the proposed PPP project for approval the following minimum PTCs. So ideally, complete sana yung parameters and terms and conditions that are outlined in our ICC and our PPP governing board annexes, yung mga forms that we submit for approval. So this includes the scope of the project, the contractual arrangement, the contract duration, rights and obligations of the implementing agency and private proponent, and the corresponding penalties for failure to fulfill their obligations. And then the minimum performance standards and specifications, as well as the key performance indicators of the project and how to measure, of course, these KPIs and MPSS for monitoring and reporting results for the project. And then, of course, also have to include what are the safeguards that will protect the interests of the government and the public in the projects. What is the intended investment recovery scheme of the private proponent? So how will they recover their initial investment in the project, as well as how will they be paid or compensated for undertaking that investment? And then include also what the revenue share of the government is, if any. Then what are the government undertakings, if there are any to be provided by the government, and how will the government be compensated for providing those government undertakings. And then risk allocation for the PPP project, including a risk mitigation plan, then contingent liabilities from any risks that might arise from the project. And then what will be the bid parameter? How will we assess the any challengers that will compete during the comparative challenge process? And then what will be the ceiling debt to equity ratio? So the idea is we already have an idea on how the private sector will fund the project through a mix of debt and equity. And then the proposed period for comparative challenge process. So as earlier mentioned, in the PPP code, the comparative challenge process is now 90 days to 1 year. So depending on what will be agreed upon by the government and the private sector, that length of comparative challenge process will vary, with the minimum being 90 days. Next, please. So as earlier mentioned, for the LGUs attending this meeting, there is the PPP Governing Board Resolution number 2024-07-02 containing the guidelines and procedures for the review and approval of local PPP projects by the appropriate approving body. So I won't go into detail on these, but just taking note that these guidelines and procedures will essentially guide the local sanggunians or the local local universities and colleges board in reviewing and evaluating the unsolicited proposals as submitted to them by the implementing agency. Okay, next please. So yeah, and this flowchart was earlier mentioned, yung process for endorsement to the regional PPP committee, the ICC approval for any government undertaking, the confirmation of the LDC, and approval essentially of the local Sanggunian or LUC board. Okay, next slide please. So once the appropriate approving body has approved the PPP project, so the appropriate approving body shall issue a notice of approval to the implementing agency, copy furnish the PPP center within 10 calendar days of its decision on whether or not to approve or reject the proposal. Next. And then again, failing to render a final decision within specified period will render the PPP project deemed approved. So next, please. So what are the key considerations for the implementing agency? So first, we must ensure that the procedures are governed by the applicable rules and guidelines. The list of documentary requirements are also available as annexes in the respective guidelines. So for national projects, we have the NEDA Board ICC guidelines dated April 29 of 2024. And for local, as earlier mentioned, the PPP Governing Board Resolution 2024-07-02, which was effective last September 16 of 2024. So once the project has been approved, what is the next step for the implementing agency? The implementing agency shall create its PPP PBAC, procurement pre-qualification bids and awards committee, which shall be responsible for all aspects of the pre-bidding and bidding processes. So how will we operationalize that? For national, we create a PBAC through issuance of a department or special order, and for our local projects, an executive order from the local chief executive. Next, please. So next would be the comparative challenge. So during the comparative challenge stage, these will include yung invitation natin for comparative proposals after the approval of the appropriate approving body. The prescribed timeline is that within 7 days of receiving that notice of approval, we should invite prospective challengers. And then 20 days after that, we shall prepare the comparative challenge document. So this contains the the draft PPP contract, the instructions to challengers, the project information memorandum, and all other documents that are needed as part of the tender documents. And then prospective comparative proponents shall submit their comparative proposals for a period based on the approved PTCs. Can be as short as 90 days and can be as long as 1 year, but not more than 1 year, not less than 90 days. And then after the comparative challenge period, if there is a challenger that submitted a bid, the original proponent shall have the right to match the financial proposal of the winning challenger within 30 calendar days of the comparative within the end of the comparative challenge period process. So the next slide contains yung mga minimum inclusions of our invitation to qualify and pre-qualified bid. So the minimum inclusions in that invitation would be the date and place to obtain the tender documents. These are the comparative challenge documents earlier mentioned. The objective and scope of the project, contract duration, bidding period, participation fees, and manner of payment pursuant to PPP Code IRR Section 69, and the deadline for submission of the comparative challenge proposals. So where do we publish this? So mandatory would be the implementing agency in the PPP Center website, and any official digital platforms of the implementing agency. And then the agency also has the option to publish via newspaper of general circulation, or if they're interested in securing international partners via international publication. Okay. Tapos, as earlier mentioned, these are some of the comparative challenge documents that are needed to be issued within within 20 calendar days after the invitation to bid. So that will be the instructions to challengers, draft PPP contract, the bid forms, the forms of bid and performance securities, requirements and timelines, and our milestones of agencies and other documents that may be required by the PBAC. And it is to note that bid submission date shall be at the very least 30 calendar days from the last bid bulletin or supplemental notices posted by the PBAC. So what we're saying that is for 30 days, there must be a freeze period wherein no new bid documents bid bulletins or changes to these bid documents shall be issued. Okay. Next, please. So, the conduct of the comparative challenge process. So, these are some of the things that we need to consider. First, yung qualifying or pre-qualifying comparative proponents. So, the evaluation criteria used to qualify and or pre-qualify the proponent. So, these are based on the documents submitted by the proponent when it submitted this proposal to the PPP Center. So, there are certain qualification documents that were provided and deemed complete by the PPP Center. These are also the same documents or grounds that will be used to evaluate the qualifications of the comparative proponents. So what we're saying here is that if we pre-qualified the original proponent at a certain level, certain financial capability, certain level of equity in the bank, or certain level of lending ability, we should qualify our proponents in the same criteria. So next consideration is the disclosure of the financial proposal of the original proponent. So the financial bid of the original proponent as proposed shall be disclosed in the instruction for comparative proposals, because this is also going to be the basis of the challengers on preparing their own financial proposals. Then another consideration is that any change in the composition of the original proponent that will affect its majority ownership in the project shall be strictly prohibited. And that the comparative challenge process shall be conducted either manually or electronically based on the rules of the PBAC, taking into consideration the nature and complexity of the PPP project. Okay. Then next is the evaluation of the technical and financial proposals. So these are the prescribed time in evaluating proposals. 30 days for the evaluation of the technical proposal and 15 days for the evaluation of the financial proposal. And these are the things that we take into consideration when we evaluate these challengers. So technical soundness, operational feasibility, environmental and social standards, and impact mitigation measures. Again, vis-a-vis to the proposal of the original proponent. And then for the financial proposal, we look at consistency and responsiveness with the requirements of the concession agreement, consistency with the submitted technical proposal, and of course, reasonableness of the assumption. So these two proposals can be read hand in hand to make sure that the financial proposal is aligned with the technical solution being proposed by the challenger. So if the nature of the PPP project warrants the appreciation of both the technical and financial proposals as a whole, the PBAC can have an option to do simultaneous evaluation of the technical and financial proposal, combining the initial 30-day technical proposal and 15 calendar day financial proposal within 45 calendar days from the date the bids are opened. And then the PBAC shall also have the authority to decide on the best mechanism in assessing the qualification or pre-qualification of the prospective bidders and challengers, and in evaluating proposals. So that's part of the bidding rules that will be prepared by the PBAC. How will they be evaluating the proposals, and what will be their shortlisting mechanism in the case of evaluating pre-qualification documents? Okay. So next is the next is the right to match. So as earlier mentioned, the original proponent has the right to match the proposal submitted by the challenger if there is a challenger who submitted the proposal within 30 calendar days from the from the declaration of the winning challenger. And then the contract will be awarded to the original proponent if it matches or betters the financial proposal of the most superior comparative proposal, or there are tie proposals between the original proponent and challengers, or the government entity determines that the financial proposal of the OP is still superior or more advantageous to the government in the case of no challenger. So, and should the original proponent fail to match the financial proposals of the challenger within the specified period, the contract shall be awarded to the challenger. So there is a right to match for the proponent, but it has to be within 30 calendar days. Otherwise, the challenger will be the one awarded the PPP project. Okay. So the last few slides pertain to what the implementing agency needs to do in terms of preparing during the comparative challenge process, and that includes the review and approval of PPP contracts. So first, the head of the implementing agency is responsible for ensuring the consistency of the draft PPP contract with the parameters, terms, and conditions as approved by the appropriate approving body. So take note that the appropriate approving body will only be looking at the parameters, terms, and conditions of the project, but the implementing agency as a whole has the responsibility of reviewing the contract and making sure that the PTCs the contract is aligned with the PTCs. And aside from that, for at least for national agency, required clearances prior to approval of the final draft contract shall be done. So under Section 80 of the PPP Code IRR, we have there who shall be responsible for reviewing the PPP contract. So first will be our statutory councils, OSG or OGCC, for compliance with all other applicable laws, rules, and regulations, and then BOF for any financial government undertaking or APs that will be in the PPP contract and will be sourced from national government funds. And then the PPP Center for national PPP projects will be responsible for also reviewing the contract for alignment of the PTCs, approved PTCs, and the PPP contract. Okay. Next, please. So next is the decision to award. That's also another government responsibility. So the government shall submit to the head of the implementing agency a recommendation to award from the date of completion of the final evaluation of the most responsive bid or the comparative challenge period or the right to match. So the PBAC will must recommend within 7 calendar days upon, in the case of no comparative documents, 7 calendar days within the end of comparative challenge period or 7 calendar days within the final evaluation of the most favorable or most responsive bid in the case of there being challengers. And then the PBAC shall prepare and submit a detailed evaluation or assessment report on its decision regarding the evaluation of the bids and ensure that the PPP contract to be awarded to the bidder who has most satisfied all qualifications and has submitted the most responsive bid to the bid parameter. And then the head of the implementing agency, within 7 calendar days, shall also render its decision on the recommendation to award of the PBAC. So, head of IA shall issue notice of award to the winning private proponent, either the OP or the winning challenger, not later than 3 calendar days after deciding on the recommendation of the PBAC. Okay. Then, once the notice of award has been issued by the head of implementing agency, should clearly indicate that the subject PPP project cost, and list of documents required to be submitted by the private proponent is included in that notice of award, and that the the private proponent must comply with the post-award requirements within 20 calendar days. Then, after that, the head of the implementing agency shall determine compliance with all the conditions stated in the award, and then within 5 calendar days, notify the private proponent that they have complied with the post-award requirements. Okay. Next, please. And then for the execution of the PPP contract, the authorized signatories of the winning bidder and the head of the implementing agency shall execute the PPP contract within 5 calendar days from the receipt of the winning bidder of the notice from the IA that all conditions stated in the NOA have been complied with. Then the original signed copy of the PPP contract shall be submitted by the IA to the approving body and to the PPP center within 5 calendar days after signing. So, so I think we've already looked at the the entire start to finish of the unsolicited process. These are some of the final considerations of the implementing agency in the procurement stage. First would be the participation fees. This shall be set by the PBAC. So participation fees meaning how much will the implementing agency set the price for the purchase of bid documents, no? So PBAC will set this and shall be fair and in amount that does not discourage competition nor encourage frivolous participation. So not too cheap that anyone can join, but not too expensive that you are barring the potential competitors from joining, no? And then for the bid security, in the form applicable to the IA, the section 73 of the PPP Code IRR states, no, what is the required bid security of the project based on the project cost. Okay. And then last, no, some more best practices, no, conduct of the pre-bid conference and one-on-one meetings. So pre-bid conference shall be conducted at least 45 days before the bid submission date. Also the PBAC may also conduct one-on-one meetings with prospective challengers prior to the freeze period. And as earlier mentioned, the implementing agency shall ensure compliance with the 30-day freeze period, wherein no new bid documents or revisions to existing bid documents shall be issued at least 30 days prior to the submission of the bids. Okay, so I think that concludes my my presentation. Hopefully, I know that that was a lot of information, no, to process, considering that we looked at the end-to-end process of the comparative challenge process, and hopefully you were able to get, no, the necessary information required for you to be able to process your own unsolicited proposals. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to do mention that the PPP Center, through the Project Development Service, is also as providing technical assistance to government agencies during the conduct of the detailed evaluation process, negotiation, up until support for approval and the comparative challenge process. So should the implementing agencies receive complete unsolicited proposals and decide not to process and conduct a detailed evaluation onwards, the Project Development Service is very much available to provide technical assistance to the implementing agencies. And with that, I thank you all and turn you back over to Gladys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Rafael Badillo. Let us give him a virtual applause. So I hope our participants will still stay until 5 o'clock p.m. because we want to give way to a lot of interesting questions from our participants, not just in the Zoom meeting platform, but also participants from the Facebook and YouTube pages. So in this open forum, aside from our resource persons and Assistant Secretary Manalo, we are also one of the directors of the Policy Formulation, Project Evaluation, and Monitoring Service. Director John Emmanuel Pronto will also be joining us to answer the questions of our participants. So we will now start with our open forum. The first question is, the project was funded through ODA for construction and through GAA for O&M. If the private sector proposed to handle O&M through PPP, do they need to submit a new feasibility study, or certain parts of the FS will only be submitted? The original FS was approved for ODA loan.
Hello. Simple answer is yes. they need to submit a new FS for the O&M portion of the PPP project.
Thank you very much, Sir JM. Next question is from Lua, Attorney
Okay,
Mark.
Glad, just to add to that one, no, so that everyone appreciates. Probably the question, and I've heard this question before, sabihin nila, na-approve na nga yung scope nung ODA nandun na yung details ng project. Yung O&M na lang, kailangan pa ba, ano pang meron dun sa O&M FISIP? Note that ODA feasibility study did not include, for instance, a study on the risk allocation ng O&M PPP contract that you are contemplating. Mga assumptions lang yon, ballpark, but the details, including government undertakings, if any, the payment regime, who's going to get the fare box, etc., wala pa lahat yon. So yes, when you structure the O&M PPP part, it's going to be a new feasibility study. Unless, of course, nandun na siya sa original feasibility study ninyo, which means enough na yung information to be able to satisfy the requirements for completeness. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question from Attorney Mark Angeles. I understand that if PPP Center finds the USP of private proponent complete, it then endorses it to appropriate implementing agency for further processing, evaluation, and other related actions stated in the PPP code. Water districts are IAs on their own, however, they are regulated by LUA on matters under Section 62 of PD 198. How then can we reconcile the provisions of PPP code and PD 198? Would this mean that if the unsolicited proposal is endorsed to a water district, LUA should be involved to assess firsthand if the private proponent can execute the project within our standards and regulations?
Yeah, I can take that one. What is Section 62 of PD 198? Sorry, I missed that earlier.
Attorney Mark Angeles, would you like to open your audio and
Hi,
camera?
good afternoon. This is Attorney Angeles of LUA. Section 62 of PD 198 is our regulation. So this is our regulatory power. So we have set standards here like the water quality, designs and construction, equipment and materials, operation and maintenance personnel. We have to oversee and regulate the water districts. However, like what I said in my question, water districts are IAs on their own. They are an independent GOCC. However, we regulate them.
Yeah, okay. So a few things, no? A few things on this item. Number one, for PPP projects that LUA intends to be the implementing agency, then there's no a problem in terms of the process. Kasi we just follow the process that Director RB and Director Royce have described earlier today. However, the PPP code and its IRR has a provision on conflict of interest where those regulating bodies with what do you call this? Sorry, I am missing a term. Na may Royce, can you help me recall yung term na ginamit sa IRR at the particular type of regulating body na may quasi-judicial, okay, na may quasi-judicial power cannot implement a PPP project that they regulate. Okay? If at any point magkaroon ng conflict of interest because of these instances, the law requires that a conflict management plan be prepared, no? So that's the second point. Now finally, yung reconciliation ng regulatory function of LUA or in this case, in any of any regulating body, will not form part doon sa completeness part ng PPP Center all the way up to the detailed evaluation. It is required prior to approval such that the parameters, terms, and conditions that will have to be approved by the appropriate approving body should have benefited already from the regulatory framework or regulatory guidelines that was issued by the appropriate regulating body. So I hope that makes sense, no? Doon sa processing sa simula, prior to approval, hindi pa doon yung regulating power. It is in the creation, finalization of the parameters, terms, and conditions that will be subject to the approval of the appropriate approving body. The last point is there is an ongoing discussion between LUA and PPP Center to sort of come up with a harmonized parang policy guidance on this, particularly on LUA's role, no, in PPP projects. So please expect these to be cascaded. We are working with LUA on this. Thank you, Attorney Mark.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question. This is from the LGU Palapag Northern Samar, Miss Lucille Gahutos Galoy. Does the PPP have directory for private companies interested in investing for LGU projects? If yes, can we be furnished copy for the directory so that the LGU can contact them for future investments?
Okay, this is precisely the reason why the concept of clips and list of PPP projects was introduced, so that we or the private proponents could look into the websites of NEDA and PPP Center and the implementing agencies, and they will be able to see a consolidated list of these investment opportunities. So that is supposed to serve the same purpose, no? That is, kapag may interesado sa inyo, pwede kayong lapitan ng mga interesadong private proponents. And this is the reason why we encourage not just LGUs, but all those implementing agencies na hindi pa nakapagpasa ng kanilang mga investment programs to submit it to the PPP Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question is from Mr. James Chavez of DPWH, PPP Service. Is completeness in form and in substance strictly based on the required details of each document in the ICC list of documentary requirements?
For this question, siguro very tricky kasi they mention ICC, list of documentary requirements. So ICC has a different completeness check process, and siguro I will just answer based on the PPP lens. So as far as the PPP Center completeness check is concerned, if the information submitted complies and is responsive to the requirement listed in the checklist, it should be okay. Or on absence or presence of the information, of the required information.
Just to add and to illustrate, no, ano yung sinasabi ni JM na magkaiba yung PPP Center completeness check sa ICC completeness check? Recall that you are looking at two different lists in two different timelines in the PPP process. Yung PPP Center completeness check is a submission from the private proponent to the PPP Center. There is a different guidelines, a different may tweak, may slight differences, no, yung requirements. And what is an example? For instance, yung proof of eligibility ng private proponent. At the PPP Center completeness check, we are more lenient because the project terms have not yet been finalized, no? So hindi pa natin alam ano ba talaga yung final equity requirement na kailangan nilang i-establish, ilan yung anong qualifications exactly kasi ifa-finalize pa yung scope ng project during the negotiations, no? Versus the completeness check that is in the project approval phase. Sa project approval phase, note that in the case of unsolicited proposal, tapos na at successful na yung negotiation. So, the final parameters, negotiated parameters, terms and conditions have already been identified. At that point, you will note, and kung ida-download nyo yung dalawang checklist, no, yung isa PPP Center list, yung isa ICC approval list, makikita nyo, nandun pa rin yung proof of eligibility. Pero, strict na doon sa point ng ICC because determined na yung negotiated parameters, terms, and conditions. Alam na natin yung proposed project cost na pinapa-aprubahan, ilan yung equity na gusto, debt, etc. So I hope that answers it.
Thank you. Next question is from Delani Artisola of LGU Butuan. We would just like to clarify if it is a requirement that all unsolicited proposals be included or reflected in the annual investment plan. Thank you.
The short answer is no. Okay? Recall that in the first presentation, na-add lang or dun sa PPP 101 for many of you who have attended the sessions last year, nadadagdag lang sa list of PPP projects ang unsolicited proposals after they have been determined to be complete by the PPP Center. So that is the only time na na-add siya doon sa list. Question. Ang ibig mo bang sabihin, kung may mga project ako na gusto ko or interested ako sa unsolicited proposal, dapat tanggalin ko? Hindi. Kasi, remember, sa second presentation naman, sinasabi na, still on the first presentation, pwede mag-submit ng unsolicited proposal for projects that are already in the existing investment programs of government agencies. So I hope that answers it. Thank you.
Next question. Is there a template for clips to be submitted to NEDA and PPP Center?
I will take this. So yung clips natin, no? So it says consolidated list of investment programs. So walang template. Kung ano meron kayo like PIP ninyo or sa LGUs yung LDIPs, no? Just submit to the PPP Center and the NEDA. So again, to emphasize yung sinabi kanina ni ED Jeff na lahat ng mga plano ito ng government, no? Whether you are a national IA or local IA, kailangan ipakita natin, i-post sa website so that let's say yung mga interested private sector, no, makita nila ano yung mga plano, no? So, no template, just submit to us, no? Yun yung clips. Kung may master plan, isubmit nyo din sa atin, sa PPP Center and NEDA. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Royce. Next question. Again from Ms. Lucille Gahutos Galoy. For unsolicited proposals, can the LGU include as one of the components the preparation of the FS, or an FS is necessary before a proposal can be submitted, considering that the LGU does not have the technical expertise in the preparation of the FS?
Hi, I'll take this question. So as discussed by JM earlier, for all unsolicited proposals, kasama yung feasibility study as to be submitted by the private proponent. So the implementing agency will do an evaluation of the feasibility study. So si private proponent yung magpe-prepare ng FS to be evaluated by the implementing agency. However, during the negotiation phase, of course, pwede ba magbago yung feasibility study natin for submission sa sanggunian and for approval. So during that time, the private proponent and the LGU would do the necessary edits sa feasibility study before submitting to the Sangguniang for approval.
Thank you very much, Director John Ponton. Next question. Okay. Does the PPP Center, I think this was okay, from Mr. James Chavez of DPWH, will the new completeness checklists be the same as PTC forms?
I'll take this question also. To confirm, yung PTC form natin is different from the completeness checklist. So dun sa completeness checklist natin, part of the document under that checklist is the PTC form. So basically, subset ng completeness checklist si PTC form.
Thank you. Next question. From Mr. Marlon Natividad of NEDA Region 4A, can we expect any upcoming changes to the PPP Governing Board Resolution number 2024-07-02, particularly regarding the RPPPC membership? RPPPC members have requested the inclusion of additional agencies.
Sorry, Gladys, just before that, no, I just wanted to highlight something to what Director John mentioned. Yung kaiba, bukod doon sa magkaibang form, yung completeness check at yung PTC, it is important to appreciate na magkaiba sila ng purpose at magkaiba kung sino ang nagpe-prepare. Yung ating completeness check forms, these are being prepared by the private proponent, submitting it to the PPP center. Okay? The PTCs are being accomplished by the implementing agency after or during the course of negotiation para lamanin niya yung final negotiated parameters, terms, and conditions na aaprubahan ng appropriate approving body. So let's not get confused there, and let's use the correct forms. My question na naririnig namin lagi, hindi ba yung unsolicited proposal na sinubmit, yun din naman yun, ililipat lang namin, pinapagod nyo pa kami? The short answer is not necessarily. Remember, by the time you reach the submission and preparation for approval, tapos na yung negotiation. So, posibleng na bago yung terms ng projects, yung scope, or whatever PTCs there. Thank you. So the answer to this next question, I'll take this na. Can we expect upcoming changes? Not really changes, but supplemental guidance. No, this was discussed by the PPP Governing Board. There will be some guidance that will be issued, especially in relation to the election period, where some of the members of the regional PPP committees, no, might be out because of the out or not yet in, no, because of the upcoming midterms elections.
Next question from Ms. Maria Catherine Benedictos of PCMC. As stated earlier that all unsolicited proposals shall be forwarded to the PPP Center for the completeness check, is it enough for the IA to just inform them of these requirements and forward them to the PPP Center? What if the agency wanted to enter into this kind of agreements, but we have not received any USPs?
Hello, I'll take this question. So the IA shall inform the private proponent, no, that the USP must be first submitted to the PPP Center via the USP portal. So the USP submissions portal for completeness check. So PPP Center is the entry point for all USPs.
Thank you.
I'll add a response to that. But of course, it doesn't preclude the private proponent na makipag-usap sa LGU. Because yung pakikipag-usap sa LGU before submission to the USP portal would include basically yung mga wish list or refinements na the LGU wanted sa proposal. So para kapag na-endorse na ng PPP Center to the LGU, mabilis na yung pag-process ng detailed evaluation because the LGU already is aware of the proposal and andun na yung mga gusto ng LGU in the proposal.
Okay, I also want to take this opportunity. Ito mainit-init pa. Question that was raised to us. Merong private proponent who approached the implementing agency because they are preparing an unsolicited proposal. So they are requesting for project information or demand, ganyan, which they will use in developing proposed unsolicited proposal. The implementing agency's decision ay hindi kami magbibigay hanggang hindi ine-endorse ni PPP Center sa amin na complete ang inyong proposal. So we had to talk to the implementing agency and advise them that there is no prohibition, no, unless of course meron kayong internal policies to share allowable information to the private proponent if they are interested and you are interested to receive information related to a PPP project, no? Kasi ang practical implication lang niyan if we will not be giving any information, and that should be fine, they can by themselves, no, provide some assumptions which they will submit to us, and then later on isasubject pa rin sa inyong detailed evaluation. The alternative is if you are interested and then may lumapit sa inyo and hindi naman or in your policy that is something na FOI-able, for instance, then they can use that as part of their preparation ng unsolicited proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question from Ms. Charlene May Migrino of SSS. Will the completeness check to be conducted by the PPP Center also include the checking of whether the proposal is not among the excluded undertakings under Section 7 of the IRR?
Okay, I'll take this question. So the short answer is no, because the PPP Center only has 10 calendar days to do the completeness check. So ang chine-check namin basically is presence or absence of the information. However, there are some instances or cases na if meron kami makita na potential prohibited government undertaking, we flagged it in the endorsement letter to the implementing agency, and the implementing agency should be the one to validate if such GU is really prohibited. So it's part of the roles and responsibilities of the IA to validate existence of prohibited GUs as presented kanina ni Director RD.
Thank you very much, Director John. Next question from Mr. or Mr. Vin Jared Cunanan of LGU Calaca City. Are all arrangements with non-extendable duration of less than a year or not covered by the PPP code, even if they have the elements of a PPP?
Okay, I can take this question. Even if they have the elements of a PPP, well, one of the identified elements of a PPP are, in the case of leases, we have to be able to read it together, yung 4RR, yung elements of a PPP, and the rules on the coverage and scope and coverage of PPPs, where it says there na for a lease to be considered a PPP, apart from it having all of the elements, dapat more than 1 year siya. Note, however, that the law already foresees possible splitting, no? Which is an identified prohibited act under the PPP code. So I hope that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we proceed with the next question, I would like to inform our participants that we are extending again our session to response to other questions of our participants. So do not worry, because in the certificate of attendance that the PPP Center will be providing for this online capacity building activity, will also be extending the number of technical hours, technical training hours credit. So for the next question, again from Ms. Charlene of SSS, what is the expected turnaround time to receive a non-policy opinion from the PPP Center?
Absent any indicated timeline sa IRR and in the PPP Governing Board guidelines, we are following ARTA deadlines. So 3/7/20. Thank you. Sige, next.
From DOTR LRTPIU, Mr. Jumar Pugao, have there been instances where a proposal, National IA, during the NEDA ICC process was required to update certain information, additional information, as requested by the NEDA ICC? If so, would this updated submission be treated as a new submission that must undergo a completeness check again by the PPP Center? Or can the agency submit the revised documents directly to NEDA ICC?
Okay, the answer here is this instance was contemplated in the ICC guidelines that was issued by the ICC and the NEDA board. The short answer is no, it doesn't have to go back all the way to the start of PPP Center completeness check, but rather within the rules issued by the ICC. So may mga timelines, deadlines, and rules na binigay doon. We advise checking the ICC guidelines that was issued. Thank you.
Next question from Mr. James Salvo. Can a government asset needing rehabilitation and reengineering be subjected through unsolicited proposals for rehab, operate, transfer mode from one or more private companies? How do we handle the comparative stage if these unsolicited proposals are apples to oranges?
Okay, let me take this one, and then Director RB, please feel free to add, no? From the very early stage of the process, this concern should have been addressed. How? Remember in the presentation of Director Royce earlier, there is, and I think in another presentation, there is yung treatment of same or similar proposals, no? So if it's apples to oranges at that stage, then hindi sila magtatagpo at any point during the comparative challenge, because they will be treated as separate projects to begin with. Now, if the contemplation of this question is, what if nasa comparative stage na ako pero ang nagpasa ng ng challenger ay hindi apples to apples sa gusto kong project na kino-comparative challenge? The answer to that is it will be most unlikely na mangyayari yun kasi sa inyong comparative challenge documents, pina-finalize nyo yung parameters, terms, and conditions kasama yung mga MPSS and KPIs, no? So that you won't end up with this scenario. May practical examples ba tayo, Director RB?
Yeah. Yeah. Sige, so I guess to answer din yung mga these two questions. No? First, can a government asset needing rehab be subjected to unsolicited proposals? The short answer is yes. So if a private sector would like to propose to rehab an existing asset and submit an unsolicited proposal for doing so, yes, pwede nilang gawin yon. Now, dun sa second question, I guess yung practical example, no, to what the Jeff is saying is that um, one of the things that will govern, no, the comparative challenge process would be the terms of reference nung proposal natin, no, as formulated by the PBAC in its bid document. So doon nakalagay naman, for example, ano ba yung specific technology na hahanapin natin for the technical requirements of the project. So if for example, you state na yung one or more private companies na yon, apples to oranges yung technology nila. If during the comparative challenge process, si Apple for example yung original proponent and nag-challenge si Orange, kailangan i-challenge ni Orange yung project based on the terms and conditions that was formulated by the PBAC. And that's most likely going to be based on kung ano yung proposal ni Apple's. I guess one of the things that we could compare this to, no, not, for example, for a renewable PPP project, no, as we all know, no, renewable energy projects have different forms. Meron tayo solar, wind, power, gano'n. If you subject that to a comparative challenge process and that the original proponent was granted original proponent status on the basis of it being able to provide solar energy with a specific proprietary technology. So, you can't challenge it by proposing a wind power to solve to compare to the challenge process. Kasi ang pinaka determination ng challenge natin is being able to provide the technical solution based on how the original proponent was qualified. So kailangan hahanapin lang din natin is another solar project with probably another form of proprietary technology that would be able to challenge the original proponent. So that's one of the examples wherein nakikita ko na pwede sila mag-participate. Pero if completely different yung proposals, the second proposal, if going to proceed, no, to the unsolicited proposal process, will be a completely different proposal from what was the first one that was submitted.
Thank you very much, Director RB. So we'll be entertaining last two questions. The other remaining questions that will not be addressed this afternoon, we shall be providing responses offline and we will forward it to our participants for your reference. So the next question is from Ms. Shardine Migrino. Within the 90 calendar day period to conduct the detailed evaluation, if the IA needs to request for a non-policy opinion guidance from the PPP Center, will the 90-day period be suspended pending receipt of the requested opinion or guidance? Section 24.3 of the IRR states that the said period may be extended up to 120 calendar days, subject to the procedural guidelines to be issued by the ICC. May we know if such guidelines have already been issued, and if yes, where can we download it?
Okay, so I'll take this. The first part, whether may stop the clock kapag ka may pending NTM request. This was discussed even during the IRR drafting. The answer, and ICC guidelines drafting, the answer is none. The timeline is ticking, no? Now on the second part, in terms of it could be extended up to 120 calendar days, magkaibang 90 po yung tinutukoy natin, no? Yung first paragraph na 90 is the period to conduct detailed evaluation. Yung what could be extended to 120 from an initial 90, no, is the approval decision of the appropriate approving body. With the procedures, yes, for those projects na aakyat ng ICC at NEDA board, na issue na, it's already in the PPP Center and NEDA website. But for the ICC issuance, no, for those na hindi aakyat ng ICC at NEDA board, but only the the boards, no, in the case of GOCCs or mga agencies na may boards, hindi pa, but the ICC is that is in the pipeline of the ICC soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question is from Mr. John Martin Santos of SDMA. Did the ICC already issue the necessary guidelines, forms, and templates for national PPP projects below 15 billion pesos for which the appropriate approving authority is neither the NEDA nor the ICC?
Yeah, I think that I was able to answer this. The answer is no, not yet, no, but it is in the pipeline of ICC in the case of national projects, and the PPP governing board in the case of local PPP projects. I think the related question here is, pending that issuance, how are we going to approve, no? Probably 2 points to highlight. Number one, process-wise, no? Process-wise, then your existing board decision rules could apply, no? Pending any issuance. However, the rules in terms of what could be given or not be given, what undertakings are allowed or not allowed, and the forms and templates to be used, you can use the one that is posted in the ICC, such as, for instance, the parameters, terms, and conditions form. I hope that clarifies it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and to all our resource persons and from different PPP center units. And thank you very much also to our participants for all of your interesting and comprehensive questions. Marami pong IA specific, lalo na yung mga hindi natin na-entertain for this open forum. So let us give our resource persons and resource speakers a virtual applause. So now we will proceed with our closing activities. So some final reminders for the presentation materials and the course site. The presentation materials will be uploaded on the course site. We will be sharing you the link and the QR code. Note that the course site shall be available for browsing and downloading of presentation slides and reference materials, and it will be accessible until March 13 only. Please do not post on social media the presentation materials. The only shareable materials are those uploaded in the PPP Center's website. For the evaluation form, this is composed of a quiz and feedback form. Please accomplish this as part of our training requirements to receive a digital certificate of attendance. And note that the form is limited to one response per participant, and the deadline is on February 20, 11:55 p.m. So you will be provided with enough days to review the presentation materials before you accomplish this form. To formally close our session this afternoon, I would like to call on again Director Peroisa Francisca Concordia for the closing remarks. Director Royce.
Thank you, Gladys. So we've come to the best part. I know you are waiting this. Allow me to thank everyone. We have about 400 participants from all different government agencies, national, local, state universities and colleges, LGUs, LUCs. So a lot of our partner implementing agencies are here. So thank you for your time, for your commitment. The fact that we received a lot of questions, that is a sure sign of your interest and engagement with this afternoon session. Of course, we hope that we have provided you with the information that you need and confidence in processing unsolicited proposals. So again, remember that the PPP Center is here to assist you. Earlier, Director RB mentioned that PDS is really assisting, implementing agencies. So should you need assistance, if you receive unsolicited proposals, once endorsed by the PPP Center as complete, please feel free to reach out to the PPP Center. As well as remember that our project evaluation division is here to assist implement the private sectors, no? If they intend to submit. So just share that information, no? And I'd also like to again invite our participants. No, there are upcoming capacity building activities, especially this coming March. No, we do have on March 6, 7 the institutional readiness and developing a robust pipeline of PPP projects. So notice the progression of our topics. No, so last year we conducted a briefing on the PPP code and IRR. Of course, my refresher, but now we discussed more in detail, no, on the unsolicited proposals. Hopefully, our implementing agencies are guided. So may upcoming tayo also on March 20 to 21, project review and approval of national PPP projects. So ito for our national IA. So with that, thank you very much everyone and maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Director Royce. Before we end the session, let us have a group photo. May I invite everyone to open their cameras? So medyo marami po tayo. It will take time for us, the training team, to capture our photos. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Next page. 3, 2, 1. Next page. Smile po tayo. Okay. Few more. Next page po. Okay. Few more pages. Okay. Thank you very much again to our participants. And please do not forget to accomplish the online attendance form and evaluation form. If you have any concerns, please email us at capacitybuilding@ppp.gov.ph for any training related questions. And for other concerns or information, please email info@ppp.gov.ph. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Recording stopped.